room, while we connect the Zoom up to the public, and also we have Councillor Francois Joy coming in by Zoom today as well. So at that point, I will declare the meeting open at 11 AM.
Recording in progress.
We're underway. And welcome everybody that's sitting here in the audience ready for the Civic Awards ceremony coming up shortly. But first we'll take care of the initial business of council, and we will open with the karakia. Thank you, Councillor Casey.
Whakataka te hau ki te uru, whakataka te hau ki te tonga, ki makina kina ki uta, ki mataratara ki tai. Ihi aki ana te atakura, ki tio, hi hoka, hi hauhu, ti hei mauriora.
Thank you very much. Right, item 2 on the agenda is the apologies, and as we have none today, we will move on to item 3, which is the declaration of interest, which is here for anybody to update or add to. Urgent items not on the agenda. There was nothing to report for that one either. So that will move on to item 5, which is the minutes of the meeting from the 24th of November. There will be a council meeting. So can I please have somebody move?
Yes.
And a second that we the minutes of true and accurate record. Thank you, Councillor Burden, sorry, Molly. All in favour?
Aye.
Thank you. Address is gone. I didn't move the notes because it wasn't there. And with that, I approve that my digital signature be added to the confirmed Ordinary Council meeting minutes of 24th November, which sees that signed off. And there are no minutes to be received from any standing committee at this point. So with that, rather than go on to the action list that is showing on the agenda as point 6, we're actually going to take a step over that, come back to that later, and we're going to move straight to the presentations now, to which the first we will be holding is the Hukutika Lions Club Awards, Civic Awards, Young Achiever Awards, and quite a few others. So with that, Councillor Burden, who is the President, is going to accompany me for the awards ceremony. Susie's going to do the photos of each individual presentation. So welcome everybody, because this is kind of a ceremony for everybody that's here in attendance, and good luck to Hannah trying to get over to the seat. Over there. You've got an apprentice. So good morning and welcome everybody. It's a very special occasion for us here having the awards and being able to present to you, because they're all excellence in their own rights and their own categories. First off, we have, we have the Westpac Trophy Award. We have the Percy Atkinson Trophy for Sporting Achievement, the Ron Wedwitz Trophy in Arts and Culture, the Brian McCarthy Trophy for Community Involvement, and the George Krofsky Presidential Trophy. So we have a few to get through. But first off, these awards recognise outstanding and exceptional young Westlanders. The winners are young people who are striving to improve themselves in their communities and are brilliant with the potential to produce a brighter future for our district. First off, we have the Percy Atkinson Trophies for Sporting Achievements. Now, Marty Rochford. Marty has had fantastic success in sports this year, overcoming many obstacles. As captain of his high school senior A basketball team, this team attended the South Island Secondary School Tournament in Dunedin, qualifying for a spot at Nationals. Marty's stats from this tournament placed him in the top 10 for South Island. He also made the West Coast men's basketball team while he was only 17. He played at both the Greymouth A grade competition and started his own team and made the finals for the Hukutika competition this year. As well as basketball, Marty was also co-captain of the Grey High First 15. He was selected and played with West Coast Under 18 rugby team, but his biggest accomplishment was being selected for the Under 18 Maori training camp in Christchurch. Ben was also nominated and selected for the Contemporary Under 18 training camp, where he really excelled and was named player of the match in a game against another Canterbury representative team. Marty has done a huge amount of travelling this year, 2 trainings a week in Greymouth, 2 games of basketball a week, and then rugby trainings and games, as well as representative trainings later in the season while still travelling to school in Greymouth. Marty is planning on following the future of sports health and wants to see the West Coast get back on the map with sporting achievements in athletics. So can we please ask Marty Rochford to come up for his presentation? The second award is the Ron Weeblix Trophy in Arts and Culture, which goes to Bless Groove. Now, Bless is an extremely talented artist that has developed a unique digital technique. She has created an educational game to help people understand different LGBTQ plus terms with all the different flags representing 25 sexual orientations and gender identities. The cards also include the terms in Te Reo Māori. Bless was crowned winner of the West Coast Regional Young Enterprise Scheme, which has earned her a top spot on the Dragon's Den style business competition. Bless, a Year 12 student at Western High School, said the idea for the cards came from wanting to help people understand the LGBTQ community better, but mainly to help other young people who are questioning their sexuality and identity. Bless says she has always been an artist and comes from an artistic family. She sells her art in the form of stickers, badges, and custom commissions, using her digital designs through online marketplace, which is Etsy that she uses. So Bless, if you could come forward, please. Right, the next award is the Brian McCarthy Trophy for Community Involvement. It goes to Liam Bell. As part of the William Pike Challenge Group at St Mary's School, Liam has done an excess of 20 hours of service in the community. Since completing the challenge, he has continued to do service in his local community. Liam has done Players of the Faithful, which included reading at Sunday Masses, the beach clean-up, helping at Lions Club to the store at the Cool Little Market on Saturdays, rubbish clean-up on the country roads, and has been a marshal for the Wilderness Trail bike ride. Liam, if you would come forward, please.
Take your mask off.
The next one is the George Rusby Presidential Trophy for a single outstanding achievement in any category, and this goes to Jack Matthews. Jack has been a rising star in the chopping world since his debut chop at the Hokitika AMP show in January 2021. He won the trophy for the most points for a restricted cutter at this next event in Bruce Bay. Jack went on to have a successful first season and was the winner of the most points novice boys title for the West Coast Buller. So far, the 2022 season has been very successful, successfully defending the trophy he won at Bruce Bay. He has competed successfully in local events as well as the Canterbury AMP show, where he placed fourth in both the junior underhand and standing championships. At Nelson in 2022, he won his first open standing event, as well as a double story with his brother and a team's race with other cutters from Hokitika. Jack was 14 years old at the time of this event. An inquiry is currently in the process to find out if Jack is the youngest competitor in New Zealand to win an open standing chop. Jack is also going to Tokoroa on Waitangi again in 2023 to be a reserve for the New Zealand under 21 Colts chopping against Australia. Jack is an active member of the Hokitika Excellence Club and attends several working days over the season to get logs to the local shows, as well as logs to training. Jack and his brother have also been part of the fundraising for the Hokitika AMP show. Jack trains with his main coach, Wayne Stewart, who introduced Jack to the sport. However, he has input from his dad and other West Coast X-Men and even current New Zealand X-Men. So if we could please have Jack Matthews come forward. Don't you manage that? And next we have the Westpac Trophy overall winner, which is Scott Matthews. Scott epitomises young achiever. In 2022, for chopping, he won the Chopping Restricted Trophy at the Monroe AMP show, which is actually the Southwestern AMP show. New Zealand Under 21 Colts Elimination Final at Tokoroa, the Small Underhand Open Trophy in Amberley, and will be observed for the New Zealand Under 21 Colts team chopped against Australia on Waitini weekend in 2023. In badminton, he has won the B grade singles trophy, the Under 19 boys singles trophy, the mixed doubles trophy, the most wins for the Southern season trophy, and has been selected to trial for the South Island Under 19 badminton team. In rugby, his West Under 17 team won a silver medal in their grade. At school, he was the recipient of the Rebecca Ward Trophy for Integrity. He received a certificate of appreciation for his work in Tairoa. He is also the senior swimming boys champ. Academically, he received a Kaha Akaranga Award in English, History, Maths, Statistics, and Music. In 2023, Scott is head student and is also the Western High School Board representative for 2023. Scott makes all of his success possible by giving his best effort in everything he does every time. His spare time is taken up with chopping, badminton, rugby, or rehearsing for a local variety show. Each activity that Scott does involves new energy and a different mindset, but Scott takes forward in his stride. As Scott is in a lot of different groups in the community, school, Xmas Club, badminton, rugby, and local drama, he is well known and accessible to other young people and is seen as a good example to others by giving his best, and hopefully other young people can see this and be their best in what they do also. So Scott. We now move on to the Civic Awards component of this presentation. The nominations are open to all residents of the Western community in the categories of Westlander of the Year, Senior Westlander of the Year, which is over 60, Community Group Organisation of the Year, and Local Hero, which is someone who deserves recognition for their often unnoticed service to the district or a township within a district. And I must say the Westlander of the Year is actually overall prestige. So for the Civic Awards, the Local Hero, someone who deserves recognition for their often unnoticed service to the district or a township within a district, is Bruce Hackett. Bruce is not only the president of the Western Industrial Heritage Park, he's also the workshop supervisor. And with his engineering skills, he has completely refurbished many locomotives for the Mudfish Railway, built the Indigenous traverser for the railway, points, wagons, and more. On top of this, Bruce finds time to assist with many projects around the park and is the metal fixer, welder, and engineer for everyone. Bruce is a full-time volunteer, averaging around 40 hours a week and more for the park and additional hours at the Regent Theatre, where his skills are used to, for example, maintain existing equipment with his engineering expertise. He is versatile and available for community projects, including assisting the Makarika Museum by rebuilding their gold surfacing nozzle, assisting both the Livestock of Makarika and the Hokitika Community Trust with a separate cemetery and more. Bruce even finds time to tutor engineering skills to Western High School students. So Bruce, if you can come forward, please. Now, the next award is for the Community Group or Organisation of the Year. Recognises a group of people that together have made an outstanding difference in the community this year. They foster a strong sense of, use my pronunciation, whakahatanga, community spirit, and their achievements enhance the social, economic, cultural, and environmental prosperity of our district, making it stronger and more vibrant. And the winner of this award is Their Voice. When the SPCA closed their new purpose-built centre in Hokitika, Jess Hatton and Nikita Dale saw a need for an organisation to advance the welfare of animals in Westland and Grey. Their Voice was established as a charity to meet the needs of the stray, abandoned and surrendered kittens and dogs with the intention of reducing the stray animal population in Westland. Jess and Nikita started the organisation using their own funds and have increased the capacity and the capability of Their Voice to the extent that other people have come on board to fundraise. Jess looks after the kittens and Nikita looks after the puppy side of the organisation. Their Voice is supported by a team of volunteers that foster animals and fundraise for costs related to food, vet care, de-sexing, microchipping, and vaccination, and health-related costs. Their Voice has made an outstanding contribution to the stray animal population of the Hokitika and Western District, supporting over 200 cats, kittens, puppies, and dogs, and the significant contribution of volunteers deserves to be recognised. So Their Voice would come forward, please, representation, please. Yeah. Someone here? The next award is for the Senior Westlander of the Year. This is over 60 category. It recognises those aged 60 and over who have made a positive contribution to our great district. This award provides Westlanders of all ages the opportunity to express their appreciation and admiration for the achievements of our senior New Zealanders. Nominees will have contributed to the welfare of our district through excellence in their chosen field. They will present a significant and positive image of ageing and be a role model for the wider community. Whether it be in business, sports, arts, education, community involvement, we invite you to nominate someone over 60 years of age for this prestigious award. And this year it goes to Ethel Olsen. Senior Westland of the Year is awarded to Ethel Olsen for exceptional and enduring assistance with Hokitika's Regent Theatre refurbishment and events, as well as numerous other activities around town like the Westland Racing Club, Whakatane Band, Whai Power, and AMP show. Ethel's been a regular at Hokitika's Regent Theatre during refurbishment projects that started in 2008 and before then as well. He has been crucial to the ongoing tasks around the theatre and adds a pleasant welcome for all our patrons and users. Ethel has contributed thousands of hours in theatre and more for the numerous other groups he works with. So can we ask Ethel to come forward, please?
Ethel's not here, but Jimmy is. I'm actually his son. No. So hi. Can I just do it? Yeah, Ethel's been a dear friend of many of us here in Second. And at the moment he's languishing in hospital for a sick man. I saw him yesterday and he was sound asleep, and I think it was drug induced. He's in a lot of pain in his legs. So I didn't wake him up on that. I just want to share with you too, and just leading on from the mayor, many years ago, Ethel and I would sit down and have cups of coffee. This piece of paper here, which is a Regent card, I just sat down and asked, what kind of organisation? And I'm going to know him, he's a very modest man. If he was here, I doubt you'd get him up these stairs if he knew what was going to happen. He doesn't like that kind of thing. So what he shared with me is, I said, what do you do with your music? He said, I've done it for 60 years. Indoor Bowls, 20 years. The Cockatoo Band, 51 years. The Picture Theatre, the Regent Theatre, being held out 10 years plus, and he was there nearly today. The Racecourse, 35 years. And the Powerboat Club, 30 years. And I mean, you mentioned others too. So this is only just a glimpse of what this man has done. All voluntary, everything. And the best thing you can do is time, you can't get that back. It's easy to write a check out and say, there you go. But when you get the time, and this is almost 200 years of service, the man is just unique. And I feel very humble that I should be accepting this on his behalf, and I will be taking the hospital to for him and accept it. Thank you very much. I was so much younger.
I'd just like to ask Jimmy to actually stay and present the next report. Jimmy was the Centre of the Year last year, so I'd like him to present that report for the next.
Yeah, that's fine, you stay here. So the next award is the Westlander of the Year. It honours the achievements and contributions of an inspirational person by nominating a Westlander who has made a significant contribution to our district and makes us proud of our region and what can be achieved. Their pursuit of excellence may be in areas of science, business, the arts, cultural or community involvement, sport, education and health. Their achievements have positive effects on how we feel about our region and ourselves. The Westlander of the Year award will recognise an individual who, through his or her achievements, has made an outstanding contribution to the well-being of this district. And the recipient of this award is Charles, known as Charlie Nightingale. Charlie joined the Hokitika Golf Club in 1974 as a player. Straight away he volunteered for Wiki Bees, Boring and Sanding Greens. And then he was a member of the group called Dad's Army with Bill Eminger, Stan Leo and Jim Fitt. And they would work at the golf course during the week at anything they could see them doing and joined in matches of the day at the weekends. Charlie was made a life member in 2007. Eyesight problems saw him retire from playing about 2015, but it didn't stop him every Friday raking bunkers for weekend competitions. He walked, biked, or used a golf club cart to get around the 20 bunkers. In April 2021, on his 88th birthday, he agreed to finally retire from working over at the golf course. But the prospect of someone willing to share the job was too inviting to turn down, and he's still there helping out. Charlie has been an All Saints parish member since childhood, and both Charlie and his wife Barbara have done the gardens with pruning, weeding and planting as needed. Charlie has been mowing the lawns for over 15 years now. Many years ago, with friends on the committee of Western Racing Club, he volunteered to assist them keep the racetrack spectator areas and keep the horse stables tidy for horse racing events. Many years ago, he started helping other volunteers at excellence competitions at Hokitika Racecourse. He would rake up all the wood chips scattered in the grass after each chopping event. For some years, the racecourse was not available and they had competitions at Kess Square and along Hokitika beachfront. He was made a life member of Hokitika Excellence in 2019. The Hokitika community relies heavily on the few people really and able to undertake volunteer activities for the betterment of the community. Charlie Nightingale is one of these people who has, for over 48 years, worked tirelessly and at a level above and beyond the average citizen. There is a saying, give a busy person a job, task or project that will get done, and this definitely applies to Charlie. Charlie has given the equivalent of over 113 years community service to 4 community organisations and is still going strong. So on behalf of the Lions Club of Hokitika, Western District Council and the entire Western community, I'm proud to recognise Charles Nightingale as President of the year 2022.
It's indeed an honour to have Ethel as my father and
Thank you much. Do I have to? Yeah, thank you everybody for coming in this morning. It's been a wonderful opportunity to share this with everybody and also the award winners and also the support teams that go with that. I know for me, there is a massive support team behind the sports field, working with the animals, sports community, everything. Everybody has to have a support personal team behind them to do what they do. And to that, we thank you all. And to those young ones coming forward, keep going. You've got a long way ahead, but by Crackerwood Park you started. So congratulations to you all. Everybody. So thank you everybody for joining us. We really appreciate your time and wish you all the rest of your day.
You actually read these two.
You're welcome.
Digital ones.
Well done, everybody.
I should just hand it to you. Somebody on the line. Yeah, let's go. I'm going to quite right.
Guys, we're just going to take a photo with Liam and Mia.
Very emotional time. Shy away from
Everyone just huddle around the Mia.
Right, come on,
Huddle, leave I'll leave you get this. Actually, come down front way. Oh, no. That's smart. Right, we go.
1, 2, 3, 4. And here we go, kids. Right. Well done. One thing you come along and support too.
We're running out of 64 now. Yeah.
A bit like next year in the awards, mate. A bit like next year in the awards.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Literally not one.
All right, so we'll recommit back to the meeting, and what we're going to do is have a juggle around again because the Okarito Dark Sky community presentation has been deferred to February. So we take that out. So what we're doing is, because we have Andrew Coleman here, who's the Chief Executive for Heritage New Zealand, we're going to bring that presentation forward to now. So sorry, Andrew, just reading the work that's been put there. Would you like to come forward, Andrew, please?
Would you like to come up to the president?
Sorry, I moved that actually away. Sorry.
Morena koutou, ngā mihi kia koutou katoa, tēnei kaunga koingo ko mana hautu o Pauhiri Taonga. Tēnei kaupapa o Pauhiri Taonga tairanga hea tuataka tā tāki i anu Māori anga o muri aki nei. Morning everyone, it's a pleasure to be back here in Hokitika. I offer a warm acknowledgement from Heritage New Zealand Pauhiri Taonga, Andrew Collins, the Chief Executive. I've just offered you our whakatauki, our organisation's whakatauki, which is about honouring the past, inspiring the future. Up on the screen today, you've got a picture of the Hokitika Government Building setting out. If you think about our organisation's whakatauki, there's probably nothing more poignant about honouring that past and inspiring that future than when you look at that building, as you do around many of the buildings and the places associated with Westland. The presentation that I've got for you today is really just, it's a bit of a double-edged thing. I know that I was interested in the announcement, your interest that was publicly announced a few weeks back. And so as the Chief Executive of Heritage New Zealand tasked with this project amongst many others, I was delighted to see that. So I thank you for your interest. I am also aware that we've got some decisions that are being prepared for you to take into account sort of February, March, really next year. And in talking to Simon, we just thought it was time that I come and have a talk to you about what we're doing with Hokitika Government Building. Those of you who know my background will know that I don't just arrive in town and come straight here. I've done a bit of a drive around and I've spoken to a couple of the locals. And what was interesting was that I heard of a local rumour. And I said to them, actually, I'm coming to talk to the council about where this project's actually at, so that should defeat any of the rumours that are around as to where this project's at. This project is underway, and although it might sound surprising when you look at the building, it is underway, and I'd say that it's been underway for 2 years. A lot of what's happened has happened behind the scenes, and I'm going to explain to you what that's all about. In October 2020, I had an interesting phone call from the then senior executives of Te Papa Atiwhai Department of Conservation, who rang me and said, what do you know about Seton House? I said, well, other than it being a very significant, important building for New Zealand, because it's a listed heritage building, I don't know a lot about it. And they said, well, you might want to get to know about it because ministers were just assigned some funding to allow it to be acquired by the Crown. And they've also asked Heritage New Zealand to acquire it, not Te Papa Atiwhai. So that caused a bit of a furore in our organisation because we're an autonomous Crown entity and we have to go to our board and get board approval to acquire any building. And so we did that, and pleasingly, the Board of Heritage New Zealand Paraty decided that actually, for a lot of good reasons, this was an appropriate building to be brought into our portfolio of properties. It became the 45th property that we own on behalf of the Crown across New Zealand, and we were delighted to be the owner of the building. You'll all know that at that time, Te Papa Atiwhai had indicated, and I think probably publicly, that actually they were interested in taking up the long-term tenancy of the building. And until recently, they've also made a public announcement their operating positions changed and they no longer want to seek it. So hence my delight when I heard that perhaps Western District Council, aside from the fact we've got some decisions to take going forward, you do have an interest, which is why I was delighted. I just want to explain that there are some numbers that have been cited early on. 22 million was a number that was cited, and I can confirm that that's the number that we've been appropriated for the project. But like any project, when you look into it, there's a lot of conjecture about how that number may have been formed. And I will offer, as the person who chairs the governance group for this project, that it wasn't formed from a very sound base of project management or a seismic strengthening. And it seemed to be nothing better than just a number that's sat between two other numbers. We had a number of dilemmas. They were dilemmas of contradiction. We had engineering assessments giving us one opinion on the building that was contradictory to another one. We had environmental reports that were citing some things that were contradictory to other reports. And so it was a project that sort of started, I'd suggest, from what I've already described as a contradictory base. And that's why the early phases were to let's set it up as a proper project. Let's be really clear about what it is that we're looking to do and why, even down to the fine details of the project. And let's run it like a proper project. And that's what's been happening. So the first thing we did is we established the vision and objectives. And up there, it's probably not surprisingly, it's a heritage building. So anything you do to it has to be sensitive. Upgrading and seismically strengthening it. We as an organisation, around our 45 properties, those next words, the exemplar of heritage conservation and adaptive reuse, that is hugely important to us as an organisation. If an organisation like Heritage New Zealand Pohati Taonga can't sensitively and just build exemplars for heritage, then I'm not too sure what organisation could go on to do that. So we see that as a huge onus on us and something that we take to all of our properties that we own. We think that actually Hokitika Government Building is probably best as a tenantable office space. There are other considerations for the building that have been thought about. There's been other approaches made to other people about, so maybe there's something else could happen to the building, but we keep coming back to that tenantable office space. It was its original purpose, and in that sensitivity, having it as its future purpose, we think has some merit. So what are we looking to do? Not surprising, seismically strengthen the building to appropriate levels, retain the building's heritage values. These are all things that if you think of our organisation, they shouldn't be a surprise to you. That significant social and cultural history, and again, in that cultural history, I acknowledge Makatea and Ngāti Wairau, who've been very helpful in the cultural narrative that we're forming around the building. Strong and enduring local partnerships, and again, this is not my first visit here, it's not my first time with certainly the Mayor and some of the councillors and some as the CE. I've been here a number of times, and all of that is about building that local partnership, because we don't just come to town, own a building, get it ready and go away. So it's about what we leave. And there's a lot of opportunities here around positive engagement locally, and I cited up there. Area and public opportunities for that building. We as an organisation have a bit of a plan around our properties. Most of them of what we might describe as colonial structure, but we said actually they all sit on the whenua of Māori, and each of them has to then tell that story. So that's something that's hugely important to us. And if you look at some of our other properties that we've got, you'll see case studies where Pou have been set up to tell the Māori story. One example of that is the Time Ball station in Littleton that was completely destroyed, unfortunately, through the earthquakes, reinstated the tower. Tells a colonial navigation story, but importantly, Ngāti Wheki have built a Pou, and that tells the Māori navigation story, and now we've got the colonial story of navigation looking face to face with the Māori story of navigation, and we think that is a much broader and more appropriate project and properly to tell those good stories. We have ideas about doing similar things with the Hokitika government building. I put the project timeline down there, and it does say October 2022, and that's largely because that's last month, but the important thing is that this has been going since 2020, since the time that we acquired the building. So I just thought it was time to sort of let you know what it is that we've been doing. So the funding, as I said, $22 million. We have an MOU and a working arrangement with Crown Infrastructure Partners. Crown Infrastructure Partners were set up to support the infrastructure reference ministers in large projects, and I'm aware that they are in support of other projects around Westland as well, so it's good to see them in town on other matters. In effect, Crown Infrastructure Partners are funding holders for this project, and as we incur project costs, we invoice and get project managed through finances managed through Crown Infrastructure. They've been and will be very useful to us to date and going forward. Well, clearly we've acquired the building since we did that in October 2020. I remember being down here shortly after acquisition and meeting with a number of you as we started to talk about what happens with this building going forward. I will just offer, it's a bit of a personal and an organisational thing. I think we might be much better owners than the past owners of the building for what you might see locally. We had to set up, as I said, the project was important, so governance and a team. We've got a project coordinator, we've got contractor project management now on board. We're starting to contract for services to deliver to the project as well. So there's a steering group set up, which is the working group level, and a governance group set up that I chair. We've got independence on that governance group as well. I talked about contradictions because all the next list of things had to be reviewed, largely to get through the contradictions. So what's the condition of the building like? What's its detailed seismic assessment? Where is it at? It's 15% now. What's its structural condition, both through the building, across its roof and in the basement level of the building? What are the hazards that are in there? And we don't mind saying that there are hazards in the building, as there are with a lot of buildings like that. There's asbestos samples, there are lead paint issues in the building. You'll see if you have a walk through that there are some issues around some of the roofing, and because when you think of a building like this that really had no care for many, many years, not surprisingly, there's mold in the building. And all the things that you'd associate with the building that basically got shut up and left. So we're aware of what they are. Geotechnical assessment work is done as well. So I'd say that we've actually now, at long last and thankfully, we're beyond contradiction. We know exactly what has to happen to this building. We've gone through options for the building from leaving it in its current state to doing the full up to 100% MBS and things and variations in between. We've looked through the costings of those, and so we've got our line of sight around and concept design, because that's where we're at the moment, about what has to happen. We've set up what we've called the temporary works plan, and I'm a bit embarrassed today because when I was last in town, I did ask for that fence to look a bit better. I'm not happy with how the fence looks myself. And at Monday this week, at the steering group meeting, I was told that the fence is in a much better state, and I come to town today and I couldn't make phone calls immediately because the fence is definitely not in a much better state. The plan around those temporary works, which are due to be finished in February 23, is that the fence will surround the building. So even out back of the building, down the alleys on the side, it'll have bunting in effect, or sort of a narrative board of cloth material that wraps around that fencing as well. And we're going to use it to start to tell the story of the place. So that will all be going in place. And now that I've committed to do that in front of your worship and you and the councillors, you can pretty much guarantee that's going to happen now. We actually went through the preliminary design, and you have to do that in project terms. It's not a final costing, it's not a final design, there's no decision. It's almost like, what are the options you've got? And how might they be designed and then QS so that you get an indication of costs? So we've undertaken that work and we've completed that. We've got numbers. The numbers are not the ones that I heard in the electrical shop today, apart from the first allocation of funding. But the numbers are under concept design. So we have those. So where are we at now? I talked about the temporary works. We're going to have those completed. I think some months ago, we had a chap from Auckland who was very interested in the building and investment down, and he rang me and said there's grass growing out of the guttering in the Woodstead Park. So we're getting someone in to do those sort of, make it not look like a derelict heritage building, make it look like a building that's under a project underway. So temporary works will be undertaken. That cultural narrative for the systems will be completed early next year, and that will evolve over time. As that cultural narrative, because it won't be what do we do for the building because of it, because I think we may agree that there's a bit more discussion needs to be had with those sorts of things. A conservation report, and really that is saying actually what's the building's history, how's it constructed, how do you want it to look in the future, and that sort of sets the, what do you then do around annual repair and maintenance around the building. We've got what we call enabling works and mitigation, so having said that there are hazards, those enabling works will actually be instituted, hopefully completed by June 23. That will watertight the building and will also mitigate any hazards inside the building. So any asbestos and lead issues in the building will be mitigated. Because only then can you allow works to, the major construction works to be undertaken. We're in the market at the moment under a request for proposal around the project construction works. That's mostly because it's a little bit of ahead of time in the project, it's fair to say, but it's so that we can get to detailed design quicker. And I've said by June 2023. And the reason for that is that those last three words happen to be the most important ones probably on the slide, which is about the final funding confirmation. So that's where the current project tasks are. We'd imagine that having got through project construction works and detailed design, the works of construction are probably going to start in early 2024. The project plan is scheduled to be fully completed by the end of 2025. So that's the timeline of the project. And there's a lot of work that has to go on about that. I've got some costings, and I'm aware that this is a public meeting available for people to see, but I think it's beyond time now that we have to be clear about where we're at. we have to be clear about where we're at, Heritage New Zealand, with this project. To anyone who has an interest in the building, we think it's time to be clear with you about where we're at, because we're also aware that work you are going to have undertaken now that will be reported back to you. We'll have a number of options of it, and we want to work with you around how do you perhaps manage your way, or how do we manage our way through those options. And there's a lot that needs to be considered in the next 2 or 3 months as you complete your work and as we hopefully contribute to the completion of your work. So as the project got set up, and this is, I just need to repeat, this is based on concept design. So what happens is that when numbers start to get shown, people think, oh, that's the number. Well, I can almost guarantee that by June next year, they may not be the numbers, because they're based on concept design, not detailed design. You'd hope that detailed design, if you have confidence in the first QS on concept, they'll be near enough to say, but they may not be. So this sets up the 4 phases of the project. The enablement works, which included acquisition, and a lot of those things are the ones that I've talked about. The big project actually is stage 2, the mock-up. So that's the main construction work, so it shows what we're doing there. A little bit of it put together through the enabling work, strengthening water tightening, but most of it around the critical services infrastructure. That's the size of the strengthening part, and you can see quite a big number there. Stage 3, 2 code of compliance around the services, functions, landscape, and the total cost there in concept design is at 32.1, with fit outs out to 33, according to concept design. And I just thought, look, I'll boldly put in a big red arrow to show you the 32 things. Now, if anyone had said to me in October 2020, what did I think? I probably would have said that. Because I, like many others, didn't have a lot of confidence, because I was aware of what had happened with the project by way of its formation. I didn't have a lot of confidence in that number. I've asked about the number a lot, and no one can still tell me how the number is forward. But I do have a lot more confidence around concept design, and I, like you, hopefully have a lot more confidence around the detailed design when we get to that point in June of next year. So working our way through these numbers, and the last slide that I did have, which depending on your availability, I will take the time just to talk briefly about my thoughts on the work that you're currently having considered, read out by Simon for your consideration in the early part of next year. Some things that I think I'd like you to be aware of by way of what we're thinking about, and perhaps take into account, and it may cause Scott and others who are working on that piece of work for you to have more discussions with us as we work our way through the next few months with you. And then the last slide that I'll come on to actually talks about a health and safety briefing. And the reason I'm talking about that is because I think meeting an agenda willing, your worship, is there may be a time for at least some of you to have a look through the building, depending on your agenda for the afternoon. And apologies first and foremost, with Simon made a really good plug to keep me to stay overnight and do it tomorrow morning, but unfortunately I can't, so I have to get back to Wellington today. So I don't have a slide for this, so these are just things that the project is aware of, and they largely come back to this because it won't be a surprise to you that we're thinking about between the number 33 back to 22, and I know other things that you're considering. But for this building to work and to have a completed project, we do have the option, and we've got indications that it will be considered. And that word's been chosen quite carefully because it's not been guaranteed that anything that we may have to go back through CIP will be considered. That doesn't give me a lot of confidence. It gives me a little bit more confidence than I might have if we got a clear no. So there's a possibility of going back through CIP. But one of the things is when we're working with an end tenant, someone who's going to occupy this building for many, many years, there are some things that we run our other properties under that I just want to raise with you because I think that it's something that I want you to consider. I'm sure Scott and I'll talk about this in some detail to allow to be forward to you. We have properties that are leased out to others, And some of those, depending on the participation and contribution of those others, they're leased out under a lease holiday. We have lease holidays for periods of 5, 10, 20 years, depending on what the contributions are and the effort that's put in, and not just in getting the building fit for purpose, but on the ongoing management of the building around its annual repairs and maintenance and these things that have to happen within the building. We also work in properties around partnership. So I'm familiar with a property that we own in Auckland that we're in a 50-50 partnership model with a trust. So we don't own the building outright, we share the ownership of the building. So we share all outgoings and we share revenue. And depending on who the tenant is of the building, the revenue could well be zero if there's a partnership model being considered as well. So there's a number of things that are options about how you might close that gap. At the end of the day, I'm quite confident that what this project seeks to achieve, that will achieve. If I went back to the, if I went back to the vision and objectives of the project, they will be delivered. You've got my absolute assurance on that. All the things that are sought here will be delivered. We will have a seismically strengthened building to an appropriate level. Of that, I've got no doubt, because that's my obligation as the CEO of Heritage New Zealand to deliver that. So hence why I had no doubt that that's what we'll have. And if your decisions take you past interest, I'm very, very keen to talk to Western District Council about how that might come about, whether it be now between the work that's going on now, coming 2 years, or even after that event, because this has actually got potential, I think, to be a good working relationship between Heritage New Zealand, Pohokī and Tonga and Western District Council going forward. So thank you for your time. Just briefly, if I could flick through to the health and safety briefing, and before I just go to questions, I just want to raise this with you on the opportune chance that some of you might have a time this afternoon to have a look. So I really wish it had been through before. I did last time I came here, so I'm pleased to know that I did ask for the floor to be swept, and the floor has been swept, so it looks much better than it did. So look, just it's an earthquake-prone status, you need to be aware of that. It's got dynamic risk assessment approaches and undertaken to anyone going into the building. You've got to minimise your time, so the time might be predicated on when do I have to get to the airport. For that, there are hazardous materials in the building. And we talked about those, and so we need to be aware of them. Protective and personal equipment is required. In effect, for those that are able to go through, if you have time, I'll do a quick site induction at the door. You'll be approved access because you'll be with me. No handling of the materials inside the building. Stay as a single group, so you're not going to wander off into separate areas, and follow any advice or instructions that I might have. As when we're in the building until the time you leave. So I'll finish there, and I'm happy as we should take any questions from you if I can. And I hope that you do have time this afternoon to come to the board.
Thank you, Andrew, very much for that. It's a great presentation and timely to start getting this in front of council.
Thank you. It's a great building, lovely building. Yeah, I'd just like to go back to the start there, Andrew, and you mentioned about the different engineering views of the building and contradictions, and you're beyond those contradictions. So, how were these different engineering views and contradictions tested?
I can't answer that because I wasn't involved in them being formed, and therefore I wasn't involved in being tested. What I did do, we inherited in effect. So the testing we did was to say they're different, and clearly they were different. They had different, the engineering manufacturing they had different engineering solutions to the building, to the perceived problems of the building. They didn't necessarily provide a solution to a well-evidenced dilemma of the building. The costings associated with some of those mitigations or seismic strengthening were significantly different as well. And so we did have an engineering position a number of them too, that actually were very, very different. And problem identification, solution, mitigation, and costings. So basically what we did is we said they're all very nice, they're not that informative, we can start again. So that's where we've got to this year. We started those processes again. So we're very clear about the shear wall strengthening and engineering solution. We know about the water egress into the basement. The basement solution is to strengthen it, is to help it be strengthened by filling that in. Because a solid concrete base is seen to be a better engineering strength solution than needing it vacant by their own water egress. So yeah, we didn't really test them that much other than start here.
Okay, thank you.
Through Her Worship, Andrew, regardless if it's $22 or $33 million, significant sum of money and employment opportunity, has there been much thought given to the support of local trades or people and work?
Yeah, there's an important word there that talks about one of the objectives that we've got, it's employment outcomes. So one of the employment outcomes, and largely it's around infrastructure reference, it's actually where you can employ local labour and local employment and local trade. So that's certainly in this project's line of sight around that. I'm not too sure that's going to close that financial gap too much, but nevertheless, it remains a really important thing for the project to do.
Good afternoon, I'm really excited by this. I think this is the best opportunity that Hokitika has to save that building. We've had a lot of false hope with that building over many years, but this time it's, as you say, it's going to happen, and I have full confidence in that promise. I think Hokitika doesn't realise how lucky it is, to be honest, because the buildings that Pohitanga own around the country are pretty much the premium of heritage buildings, and there aren't that many, and yet Hokitika is here with this one and the commitment to invest all of this money in here. I think is a huge for the town and for the council now. I just see, I've said this at the previous meeting, but I see it's a perfect fit for the council. I can see the council meeting chamber in Tanker's old stamping ground in the old courthouse, and I can see the chief executive's office upstairs in the old commissioner of Crown Lands office. I can just see it. It's just perfect. Get rid of the can't wait to get to the stage where you get rid of the awful 1980s floral wallpaper. But beyond that, it's just an amazing project for the town.
Yeah, thank you for acknowledging our organisation. The good thing about that, just to add to that, is that we acquire properties. I'm pretty confident that my board and my Heritage Council will never agree to sell it. Once I'm in the portfolio of ownership, that we're
I think the other thing about the whole project and the potential for us to take residency in there as the District Council for Westland is the fact that that was the original government building for the West Coast. So it's actually very appropriate for an aspect of governance to be back into that building. So,
Just through your wish, thank you, Andrew, and welcome again. Andrew and I have been having a close working relationship ever since we heard the DOC announcement. In fact, did a little teaser prior to that as well. In saying that there is obviously a commercial element to our tenancy if that becomes the outcome. So as alluded to previously, we have a report being developed which is looking at obviously this building, Sydney House and Watara as a 3-entity business case, which we're hoping to bring back February or March next year, which will tie in quite nicely with future works. Bear in mind that this will have to go through an LTP process as well, so understanding that there's still a bit of work to be done prior to that. And I'm sure that Andrew agrees that having a good tenant in there at a very, 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 very cheap rate is the way to go.
And I think too on that is that it's important that we also assure the community that this is not, being here, that this is not a given. There's a lot of work to be done, a lot of conversations to be had. There's a lot of facts to be presented as well, but this is the first introduction to what potentially we can look at in the future. So I'd like to make that crystal clear out in the wider community sector that this is an initial introduction to the potential of the future. So is anybody got any further questions for Andrew? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sorry, just one thing was the footprint of the property itself is, as I understand it, is very, very tight around the actual building. Is that an impediment?
Not for what the building and those objectives seek to achieve. There is the ability to have 6 car parks out back that are closely associated with the building, but nothing more. And so you have options around car parking or anything else that a tenant might need, much like the RT5 we were talking about. They'll have to look for other land. I mean, I was approached about whether the project would look to acquire, and I said no, because that's not what the project is set up to do. So it's going to stick to its purpose, which is the building and its current.
Just to touch on it, also the business case that we're putting will cover aspects like parking and finance.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Thank you very much for your time. And I'll sort of keep pressure on getting through the meeting and times that we have a chance to go for walks this afternoon.
I think Simon will talk about it.
Right, okay.
Even be able to be accommodated.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Right, so can I please have somebody move and second a presentation from Andrew, please?
I'll move that.
I'll second. Thank you, Donna. So we're resolving the presentation being received. Now we just have to duck back retrospectively to apologies, which was number 2 on the agenda item. Francois hasn't been able to join us by Zoom at this date. He will be joining us later in the meeting. So first and foremost, we do have to retrospectively put an apology in. Francois, please, if I can have somebody please move and second. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you for that. All in favour? Thank you. So that accepts that, and Francois will let us know when he's joining us at a later time in the proceedings. So with that, what we're going to do now is, because we're up to item 6, we're going to Judy for lunch now, and then we'll come back and start at item 6 on the agenda list. Yeah, so we're doing quite, we've got a very tight time frame today, and also we want to get through Government House and also get to the lake on time. So, but at the moment, with not having the night sky, the dark sky presentation, we're doing all the time, so we'll try and keep that going. So yeah, we will adjourn for lunch at 12:08 and come back at.
Quick turnaround, guys. So
Yeah.
back by 25 past or later. 20 past to prefer, but we need quarter of an hour.
20 past go.
We did have it diary for 20 minutes break, Tika. You look shocked.
Well, I mean, that's good for the tummy, though.
Get it going. You just First off this afternoon, we have Karen Jury and Owen Gilmore who are going to give us a presentation on the Doc's perspective on the Okateka district. And of course, many of us actually know Karen from when she used to reside in the building here, or you've reside, but she was part of the team. So welcome guys, welcome to the meeting, welcome to join us, and we'll move into your presentation. Thank you.
Yeah, sorry.
Well, you were just on one slide.
Yeah, that was his aim.
Actually setting you up, Karen, for the announcement, you couldn't.
Kia ora tātou, and thank you for the introduction. I'll get right into it. So I'm Karen. I'm my title is Business Improvement Manager. I work to the Director for Department of Conservation, Director of Teaming. So I work regionally rather than just in Okateka. And I support the Director with correspondence and communications with the Minister of Conservation and her team, and I look at strategy and business improvements. Beside me is Owen Kilgour, who is your key contact person for Department of Conservation Okateka matters, and Wayne Costello is the key contact person for the southwestern part of this district, and Wayne's presenting just after the new year. He couldn't make it today, so I'll pass to Owen.
Kia ora koutou, ko Owen Kilgour tōku ingoa, a mahi ana a home o Haumatareitaki o Te Whakatai ki Hokitika. So I'm Owen and I'm the District Operations Manager for the Hokitika Operations team. We've got quite a broad range of functions in Hokitika, but my team focuses on operational aspects.
Okay, so our primary reason for being here is that we'd like to affirm the close relationship that we have with Council, but we will also refresh by sharing Doc's vision, etc., and specific examples of how we work together within the Okateka district. So, Toitu te marae, Atane Mahuta, Toitu te marae, Tangaroa, Toitu te tangata. If the land is well and the sea is well, the people will thrive. That's Doc's message that we've had for many, many years, and whilst we update our strategy to move with the times, that has stayed with us, that statement, for a very long time. So what we're going to do today is talk you through our role delivering those 4 outcomes that are up there. So we'll work through them. So we've had a little bit of a look at the stats on this page just before we got here. So I'm going to correct what we have. We had that there is 2.8 million hectares of land on our side of the divide. Apparently there's been erosion because there's actually only 2.3 million hectares. So sorry about that. My stats were wrong there. But the important thing is that of the land on the West Coast, the Department of Conservation land makes up 84% of it. Yeah, very aware of that, yeah. And so are we. So that's the key message for this slide, is it's a great big part of our lives. And we're also one of the most comprehensively protected areas of New Zealand, in part because of the PCL, but also because of what I've listed there with the parks that we have that are protected. We have a World Heritage Area, we have conservation parks as well as national parks, we have 5 marine reserves. That all adds those layers of protection. But on top of that, we have assets, like we've got the 1,252 kilometres of tracks, 145 huts, all those structures, 105 historic sites, which is a huge number for a region, and of course our taonga, our native and endangered flora and fauna. I should have said any questions or comments, just come in as we're going through. Our Minister of Conservation. So our Minister is the Honourable Poto Williams. What she did when she came into role is she adopted the same priorities as the previous Minister, Kiritapu Allen. So just to keep the flow of work going, so she's just adopted the same. So what they are up there about enhancing our relationship with our treaty partner. That's our most important focus. And here on the coast, delivering increased predator control. So that's increased, not the same, but keep it moving. Improve protection of land, and that's where the stewardship land review and the review of our framework documents sit within that. And one of the ministerial priorities is review mining on PCL. And I do want to emphasise that the last one is a political proposal. It's not driven here. Our Tiriti partnership. This is obvious, but it's one of our most important things. And apologies, I've lost the macrons on the slides, but we do know they're over Rununga, etc. So Te Rununga o Ngāti Waewae and Te Rununga o Makawhio are our partners. And because Owen works in the space for us in this area, I'll pass on to him.
Thanks, Karen. So, I mean, we work very closely together in that partnership at many different levels for the different work we do, particularly in our statutory and permissions space. We're consulting around all the decisions we're making. But what we've got here is just a few, I guess, highlights of some things that are happening at the moment. And the big one for us is here under Hokitika, but of course it's across the Taipōtini is the CMS review. So we're working together with both Runaka on that review process, which is really, it's in its infancy, but getting underway. A pretty significant project within the Hokitika district is the Arahura Awa restoration. There's a reasonably long history to that, which has brought 3 projects together. Firstly, a PGF funded project, and that'll be some of the planting that you've seen on the Awa already. And then more recently, Jobs for Nature has stepped in to support that restoration as well. And then we've got our own Awa river restoration ranges within the department that support that kaupapa. The next one, the Kaimahi Ranges, that's actually a Southwestland initiative, which will be in the lower heading, but that's some ranges from Makawhio working alongside Te Pāpātawhai with some of our conservation projects. More broadly in the region, we've got the Dolomite Point redevelopment project, which no doubt you're all familiar with. It's that exciting build of a new visitor centre in Punakaiki with Ngāti Waewae. Down in Fox Glacier, at Peak Viewpoint, we've got called Peko Peko o Te Waka, which is the peak viewpoint, the glacier view, and the unveiling event for that on Saturday. And that's been funded through the IVL, so of course kicked off when access into the Fox Valley was becoming challenging, and there was a suite of projects there. This will be one of the last projects in that suite to be completed. Also down in the southwestern, we've got the predator-free Southwestland project, which is a project on a really large scale in partnership, including ZIP and a number of others, looking at taking predators over a whole landscape scale right down to 0 and keeping them there. And then in Haast, we've got the Pounamu Pathway, of course, a project right across the coast again, but being hosted in the Haast Visitor Centre. So those are our, I guess, our highlight projects for now.
So any questions on any of those large projects?
Oh, just on the CMS review, you did have a completion date on that. Do you know when that was again? Could you?
We're only just starting it.
Yeah.
It's much like RMO planning.
Yeah. Sure.
So yeah, so it's overdue.
Yeah.
So we're just starting it, and we're hoping to have it rolled right around completion in 5 years. That would be with appeals, etc. So we're working at the moment with co-design.
Yeah.
So Jim Vick co-design with our partners, so we're working with our
Sure.
on the design process, because that's going to be the way everything flows from there. So it's
Yeah.
really important to get that right.
So, no, the reason why I asked that is because one, I think one of the issues is the cycle trail is that you propose cycle trails that are going into the conservation estate can't go ahead until such time as that the CMS is reviewed. So that's just in terms of the timeframe, it's fairly important for Westland.
There's a partial process also being initiated, which is a national partial review of all CMS that looks specifically at that issue of cycling on PCL,
Yes.
excluding national parks. But again, there's a framework that's being developed on how they might go about doing that. So I couldn't put a time frame on it, but it is being considered at the national level in parallel to our process.
Thanks, Alan.
We're having to do not workarounds, but specific work to get that type of activity in. Whereas if we reframe our whole framework, we can get up to speed, get some currency in place. So I mean, that often happens with large plans as they get out of date. So yeah, it's really important.
Yeah. Thanks, Karen.
This is the crux of why we're here, really. This is our working relationship with council, and that joint working arrangement between local and central government. So a few projects things that we've been working on with council over the years. Obviously, the West Coast Wilderness Trail, as Councillor Davidson just mentioned, crosses PCL in quite a few places, and we've got some projects going on at the moment to support the maintenance and upgrade of that trail, particularly around upgrade of structures that we're working on together. Wageston Island, that's another one that's been going on sort of quietly for quite a while. It started out as a small scale project with CVNZ, and through Jobs for Nature, we've been able to really step that up as a regional council. In terms of the West Road, undertook the upgrade of the car park.
Potentially, bridge may fail, that text bridge is still being worked through, but council.
The load system on that, would that be the same as the swing bridges?
No one been there to actually ensure that only one restaurant bridge
throughout Westland that have the load limit on them, and it's got all the bridges have got the limit on it. I'm just saying, it's not uncommon that all your pedestrian bridges have the load limit on it. That's all.
This one does 6 people.
That's correct. Yes.
kg.
Yes. Yeah.
It's usually about some of the species that we manage, but reasonable sort of capacity. Last public conservation land is accessible.
An important part of an act to empower local communities and the Conservation Department itself. Our board is currently focused on the stewardship land review. We were the first off the block. I don't know if everyone knows that. So so they've done an amazing job. Panels, both sorts of panels getting to this stage. And as the board's focus on species are thriving, our biodiversity, what we're going to do is identify
species related initiatives. Which encompasses the Arahura 6 and Taipo, 50 pair of field, and that's done really through predator control, both gink I've touched on already. Sure, so a little bit more history on the Kapatier skink. Their existence had been known for quite some years, but along came Cyclone Fahey, and that took out about 40% of their natural range, which was really a strip of only about 1 kilometre long in the Kapatier coastal area. And so after they lost that habitat and with Cyclone Gita on the horizon, there was a bit of a panic of how are we going to protect the species? And our rangers went out and collected as many as they could. They were taken up to Auckland Zoo, where they were kept safely and actually bred quite successfully up there as well. And while they were there, we constructed the predator-proof fence, and they were reintroduced. The majority were reintroduced last year, and actually last week we brought them. The majority were reintroduced last year, and actually last week we brought the last few back from Auckland Zoo. But yeah, very much on our minds that their only natural range is heavily threatened by coastal erosion and climate change. Now, the other thing we have here in Hokitika, actually just up the road at our site, we've got a couple of large chillers, and inside them are thousands of Coelophandra augusta snails, which have come from the Denniston Plateau. And they've been there for the best part of 15 years now. They're thriving in that environment, but it's absolutely not their natural environment. And so we're working towards a strategy to return them to situ, which is immensely challenging. But for now, that population is being, there is a wild population as well, but a lot of it is being sustained here in Hokitika. So we've got a couple of rangers dedicated specifically to that project.
On that, if anyone would actually like to come and see the snails, give me a contact name. So it's kjury@doc.govt.nz. I will arrange it. I've become quite attached to these snails since I've been working for the department. It is an amazing program. They don't all have names, but they all have numbers. And the challenge for putting them back is their environment doesn't exist anymore. That was the taking them away from Stockton and replanting. We all know how slow things grow. We are putting some things out, some batches out, but it's weaker food, really, because there's nothing to protect them. So that's one of the challenges that Owen's team is working through, is where to put them back.
They exist in a very specific habitat of low-grown vegetation on top of a coal floor, and that habitat largely doesn't exist anymore. The vegetation's gone, the coal floor has gone, so trying to recreate that would be immensely challenging.
Why were they fairly safe from weaker in the past?
It's dense, so they were in dense vegetation, so it was kind of fairer for each species to sort themselves out, but at the moment it's not dense vegetation, and it's it's pretty obvious they're there and they can't flee.
Next on the list, we have Rotorua, great spotted kiwis. So the Taramako River is sort of the southern extent of their established population, and the aerial predator control work that's carried out and has been done really recently in that area is really significant for that population. Lastly on the list, I've got Kia. In combination with that predator control work, there's a lot of work being done looking at mitigating the risks that 1080 poses to Kia, and that's not being led by us at a district level, but it's something that's being undertaken in our district as part of the national program. Okay, we're going to speed it up. So predator management, a couple of things here. We've got our National Predator Control Program, previously known as Te Kia Ngā Manu, or Battle for Our Birds, which is a hold the line type approach. It's a landscape scale approach designed to secure the future of those species. And then Predator Free, this is this initiative in South Westland, kicked off up the Perth River on a smaller scale and now is being quite significantly expanded.
Again, if you'd like to know more about the predator-free side of our work, it's really exciting, and we can deliver specific information about that. So again, contact me if you want that side of it.
Ungulate management, and that should actually say control and management. So we're within the Hokitika district, we've got a regional team of hunters that focus on management of tahr and control of goats. So the management of tahr is informed by a national tahr control plan, tahr management plan, which is around keeping a specific number within a fixed area. So a lot of our work is around stopping that population growing, but also stopping the extent and spread of the population. In the goat space, the work is a lot more broad, and those sorts of browsing animals, goats, deer, can have a huge impact on the forest and ultimately lead to a forest collapse, which of course not only affects the biodiversity, but pretty significant from a climate change carbon sink perspective as well. And we've been able to ramp that work up a lot this year, thanks to a budget bid that went through recently. Pest plants, and I've just said there RPMP weeds, so Regional Pest Management Plan. Of course, the councils, regional council work rather than district council, but we work pretty closely together because there's no point controlling weeds on conservation land, but then ignoring weeds on neighbouring land. And the West Coast is in a bit of a unique position in that we've got vast areas of established forest with small areas of weeds around them, whereas a lot of the country has got vast areas of weeds with small patches of native intact forest. So for us, defending that situation, stopping the spread of weeds is a really significant piece of work. A couple of other regional programs we've got based out of Hokitika. We've got a freshwater ranger who's been focusing a lot on surveying and understanding those native fish freshwater populations. She's focused on short-jaw cockapoo at the moment, but starting to work on lamprey as well. And that her role also works on biodiversity and control of aquatic weeds. In the marine space, we've got a marine reserves ranger. Of course, we don't actually have a marine reserve in the Hokitika district, but we've got 5 up and down the west coast. And that's a role that looks at monitoring to understand the biodiversity within the reserve, but also compliance as well in terms of recreational and commercial fishing.
Is there compliance based here? Or is the compliance officer based here? Is he travelling?
He's based in Hokitika,
Yes.
but he travels throughout the region. And in the compliance space, we work very closely with MPI as well, because they're in a better position around commercial fishing.
He's an expert. A lot of you know Don Neal.
Yep.
Okay, the department strives to enrich people's lives through connection with nature and cultural heritage. This enables both physical and economic well-being. So yeah, we need to make some money out of this landscape that we have around us. DOC recognises that community infrastructure is necessary for communities to function, and that the coast has extractive industry on PCL. Owen's going to provide some local context. This is quite interesting.
Yeah, so I won't rattle off all the numbers, but DOC plays a pretty significant role, obviously, as a land manager, where 80% of land on West Coast is public conservation land. And of course, a lot of things, a lot of activity is undertaken on that land beyond purely conservation. So in the Hokitika district, obviously, we've got alluvial gold mining and other forms of mining as well. Recreation related consents, there's a number of leases. Most significant in the district would be the Treetop Walk, and then a lot of grazing leases as well, predominantly on river flats. Yeah, there's beehives, there's gravel tape, there's accommodation, there's all sorts of things, activities being undertaken on public conservation land.
Tourism concessions, etc.
With the for the minerals, who does the compliance monitoring? Is it you or the regional council?
Sorry, say that again.
With the things like gold mining, who does the monitors the compliance?
It's done by both. So mining is enabled under the Crown Minerals Act, and we would grant not a concession but an access arrangement to enable that to occur, and there are conditions within that, and that's what we would monitor. And then regional council monitors compliance in terms of impact on water and those sorts of environmental impacts. We often work together with them on that.
And one other question, with the recreational concessions, other is 7. So does that cover all the guiding concessions? I would expect it to have been more, but
Recreational concessions. Those are probably ones that are specific to the Hokitika district. They will be things like guiding. There's also a number of what we call multi-region concessions, which probably aren't captured in that 7. Our assets, so we've got a large range of assets. The Hokitika Gorge, which was talked about, being the most prominent, obviously. A lot of short day walks. We've got 3 campsites within the district, and we've got, that should be 70 backcountry huts. It's around 90 in southwestern, but 70 within the Hokitika district. So we've actually probably got the most comprehensive backcountry network in the country. And also unique to our district, we've got a building team that works regionally, maintaining and constructing assets.
And finally, I'd like to talk about our collaboration with others, our volunteers. We focus on maintaining and increasing our 49 existing partnerships or collaborations with other parties, and we have inspected 1,870 volunteer days per year. All of our district teams run programs to encourage and enable New Zealanders to understand about conservation. We collaborate with a huge range of entities, and one example being the Backcountry Trust for maintaining all our backcountry huts that I've just covered. And we also have an open fund which comes in each year. It's a Conservation Community Fund, which enables others to get into the system and apply for funding. So, we require others in order to deliver our work.
So lastly, Jobs for Nature. I mean, this of course was a government initiative to support businesses and communities through COVID with investment in employment to deliver conservation outcomes. I won't go through them all, but I guess the point here is that money comes from central government, coordinated by DOC and delivered by partners, but it's been a huge investment which has created a lot of employment, but also a lot of really positive conservation outcomes, and that some of those are still ongoing for another couple of years.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for that, and both of you, for your time in the presentation today. There's probably some future conversations we can have with you to sort of dig a bit deeper into different components within that.
And contact me.
Yeah.
We can do small sessions on site.
Yep, true.
That's good.
That's great. Thank you very much, Caroline. Can I have somebody please, where are we? Move and second, we received the presentation. Thank you. Stephen, sorry, Councillor and Councillor Neil. Right, so that's that done. That's done. So, Simon, do we go to transportation or you want to go back up to actions?
In fact, we're running so well. I'll do the action list first.
Right, okay, that's fine. So, right, we're moving on to action list.
So thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, councillors. So just the agenda is changed obviously with the operating withdrawing. We're trying to get hold of Carl Jackson to come in early because we're ahead of time, which is good considering the agenda we've got today. In terms of the action list, I'm just scrolling up to it. So Carl will give a pretty in-depth, detailed update in his presentation on transportation, but speed limit review, had all the feedback and Carl will summarise that in his presentation. As previously stated, Paki Waitara Council Building and now Government House is in a business case development. We have contracted O'Connell Partners to take a review of all the 3 facilities. Obviously, we have a main issue with this building being earthquake compromised. We know that Government House is earthquake compromised. There is some work to do in Paki Waitara, but also looking at the best place for council long term, the best place for the 3 facilities long term. So we're hoping to have that piece of work completed late February and potentially workshop in prior to coming to council in March. And also the last one action point there, racecourse development submission bid. As you know, we've been successful in the $3.5 million. We are also started some work with Josephson Associates in terms of what does that mean in terms of a roadmap forward for council. So we can guarantee no work will start there until we've done workshops with council and also have a full-blown roadmap going forward. We hope to have that completed by the end of January to come to council February council meeting. Any questions?
I do, Simon, on the Peki and council buildings at Hopwood Corner. What was the brief for that engagement?
So it's to look at the buildings in totality in terms of the use, but also the issues that are aligned to the current buildings and the ongoing cost commitment in terms of upgrade and ongoing costs in terms of leases or maintenance costs as well. And also anything around those buildings that may be impacted. I think Paul Madrid talked about parking issues and land, etc., that regarding Government House as well.
So was it also based on the viability of council as far as what we retained as other out of these buildings as to
in terms of
all buildings?
In terms of what is the options of the buildings that fall out of consideration.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Through your worship, and pretty sure that the brief for that was to also explore options for disposal potentially.
Yes, it's correct.
Thank you. Okay.
100%. And also the financial implications of what that would look like as well.
So through the chair, so that review was prompted by the last council?
If you recall last council meeting, I declared that as an action as well. So it has. So just to reflect on last council basically put everything on hold until the new council was formed to seek a new direction. So that's what we've done. That's why we've engaged consultants that have been used to pull together a business case for council.
My other question would be about the racecourse and if funding. I just want clarification. If the funding is approved, does that mean that we're committed to the project?
The funding's approved on condition that we commit to some, like I said last time, some infrastructure. So the project in itself is to build roading, footpaths, stormwater upgrades, quite a considerable investment, and to build 30 pensioner houses and 25 affordable housing. Once again, we are getting Josephson Associates to put that roadmap forward. So nothing's committed until we have a clear pathway and travel. We have out clauses if those projects aren't commercially viable. So, and they're all on board. So the manager who's overseeing all of the developments in New Zealand is presenting to council. Will be here to talk to council in February as well. So we'll ask him to come along and explain what this means in terms of our project, but also how it lines up with other projects within New Zealand. It is quite a unique project in itself.
So are you saying that that project is effectively on hold now until we workshop it?
So we still need to do that program of work and actually have that ready for council. So there's some commitment to actually do that work so that we can come back to council and show this is what we need to do. And that includes a stakeholder engagement program.
So there is an option during workshop that we could come to the conclusion that the project's risk factors have changed, environment's changing, we could abandon, it may not be suitable.
That could be an outcome. Bear in mind, we've done the risk analysis previously with Connor Partners, and to show there's quite a big, the risk has to be a significant change in terms of current risk to really throw the project off its kilter.
It was a fairly significant risk recognition they had to market, which we're now facing too, so.
Yeah, we can get that reassessed, and we'll bring the right people where they can
We've
help
only
out.
got worse for the environment we're moving into as well.
So in the period between now and we sit down and workshop, there's no further works that will entrench the project any further?
No, so there's not. So the concept here is to come back to council with a roadmap of all the activities that need to happen, including stakeholder engagement.
Through worship. I can see where Councillor is getting to with this. I'd like to see the out clauses in the contract. I do see a draft of contract in the agenda, but I'd like to see specifically the out clauses. It's disappointing to me that the decisions on this were made as the very last agenda item on the very last agenda of the very last meeting of the last council training.
Can I just comment on that? The closing date was 31st of October, so it had to be made to get the funding, and the ministers had to consider that as part of that. Hence the reason it had to come before council.
Yeah, I understand that, but again, another cynical move from the government, in my view, knowing full well that elections were just on the horizon, and yet councils that were bidding for this were expected to make a decision at a meeting that was supposed to be valedictory speeches, and nothing political. It was what was there on the agenda, but there's nothing more political than this, the government's housing plan, and then it's committed the council to future steps. So I do want to see the out clause, because I'm not convinced that the consultant has got the recipe right. I don't believe that have they taken into account as the worship says, the recession that we're about to head into has taken into account the fact that the subdivision market in Westland is a saturation point, and it hasn't moved for so long. These numbers that fell out of the sky of 55 houses and 30 pensioner housing, who came to the conclusion that this was a good place for pensioner housing. I think all these questions need to be addressed, and they haven't. I just think that there are an awful lot of questions around this. Not least of which, of course, is the consultation. And I know that you say that the consultation was during the long-term plan last year, but the long-term plan was overwhelmingly against the development of the racecourse site without a full plan, and it was hardly an endorsement to forge ahead. And so the community rightly feel that they haven't been listened to. I just think that we are, it was one of the big issues of the election, and it's council's peril to ignore that.
I think Councillor Regwick has probably summarised up very well the overall concerns we as new council have, and that there's such a vast amount of questions, but information that we don't have that went towards how it got to the situation it is now, currently at. So, and that gives us a lot of concern as far as going forward, making any decisions, because we need that background information to comprehend where we are today with it, and for any aspect of moving forwards. Yeah. Scott, did you want to?
All I was going to say is that, picking up on what Paul said in terms of the timetable being driven externally by hitting a bidding process and a ministerial process, it was outside of our control. At the element of it is there's parts of this which are confidential in terms of what government has basically said we've signed up to. So there's things that we can discuss in the public domain. There's things that we can't discuss in the public domain. So I think it's fair what's been said around the table today, in that we've got a new set of councillors who weren't privy to the workshops and discussions that we had, who are now going, what's this all about? So I think it's entirely right that we're going to have a session and to go through in depth how we got to where we got to and explain how to people. And that would probably mean that we will need to bring some of the people back into the room who spoke to previous council in terms of the workshops, because I accept that councillors have been looking at documents quite cold and going, what's the context of this, what does it mean? So I think we just need to kind of to bring it out. Is that fair?
Yes.
But I can just reassure councillors nothing will happen to the site until we've had those workshops.
Through the chair, I read that the Racecourse Committee had 250,000 to the council. Where's that was?
So that has been used to maintain the site. So when the Racecourse Committee sold the land to council, they also handed over their bank balance. The condition of that bank balance was to look after the site and maintain it to the right standard, demolish the buildings as part of that fund, and also to start looking in development master planning work for that fund as well.
It was to ensure, wasn't it, that wasn't they were given the people in Westland liability, so that there was the money there too, especially demolish the lights.
That's right. Some buildings that are derelict that need to be removed.
So through your worship, did you say begin or has been spent?
There's still funds left. I don't know the exact figure, but it's quite a considerable fund left.
So was the golf course purchased by council or was it gifted to council? Golf course, race course, sorry.
That's the next one.
Yeah, sorry. Was it gifted or to council or purchased by council?
Purchased by
council. For
$100.
Golf course.
Just go, so a little bit of history. Actually, this all occurred around the centralisation, the downsizing of race courses instigated by Winston Peters at the time to minimise the cost to New Zealand racing, centralised a lot of the race courses to reinvest the money that would come from the proceeds of selling the ones that were not on the race card anymore, and prop up the other ones. So the community at the time of the racing committee just wanted to keep it into community hands, and they approached council to see if council was interested in looking after the land on their behalf and the community's behalf. And we said yes. There was an MOU raised, and a few conditions within the MOU to work alongside those parties that still utilise racecourse, like the AMP show, for example, which we have supported. But also there was a termination date in terms of them trying to get the ability to get the race back on the card. That failed and has basically been abandoned. So that's where we are.
Well, it was another one, wasn't it, where there was a time was of the essence and it had to be done quite quickly before.
So they had, yeah, I gave them quite a bit of free time to do that.
Yeah, there's other race courses around the country that would like to do something similar, but their opportunities not there anymore.
Oh, at the time, yes, there was almost like 2 days to get it in council hands before it became law. So they were very smart.
Peters was going to break the account.
Yes.
All the proceeds would have had to go to New Zealand Racing.
That's correct.
That's a bit of history.
Does anybody have any further questions for?
I was just through the chair. Yeah, this is Simon. You can get the feeling that I've got problems with some of these major projects. So I'm just trying to get a feel for how committed we were and whether the roadmap you've outlaid kind of gives us some sort of safety, and it calls mentions some outcalls as would be beneficial. I still struggle in particular with racecourse, why the council got involved in it, because it seems to me to be predominantly a commercial development, property development. And I think the only kind of community component would have been the pensioner housing, which could have been done as part of a bigger property development project by a property developer, not the council. Especially in light of the fact that the Destination Western's underway with some pensioner housing anyway.
So without getting into too much confidentiality, all the options are on the table in terms of how we go about building. We won't be we won't be building ourselves.
No.
So just to touch on another big point, and you'll hear it when the RSL present in terms of the evaluation of recreational sporting facility. All the proceeds that come out of anything we do on the western side of the property go into the eastern side of the property. So it reinvests it back. And this is quite a significant component of the development. So the recreational facility will be funded from the development of housing.
Anybody have anything? Sorry.
Thank you. And of course, that is the other half of the equation, isn't it? Is the recreational report for the other half of the racecourse property. And that report is on today's agenda. But of course, it doesn't paint a rosy picture of the need for that to be developed. So I think the whole landscape has changed. And it's a very good reason to just tie-haul the whole thing, in my view. But pleased to hear that nothing's going to happen until February, when we can have a chance to sit down and listen. Scott says to the rationale behind that. Personally, I don't trust that rationale. I don't think that it's looked at from all sides. But I do think, and it'll become obvious, of course, when we get to that agenda item about the recreation report, that it basically concludes that the need's not there. Therefore, what have we funded?
Okay, so I think we've got those concerns out there now. And I think the other side of it, as Councillor Edgeworth referred to, is that we are entering into a very, very complex financial environment coming up with recession, with depression, which will impact this project as far as time frame. Well, it's still being talked about out there in the financial sectors. So it's going to give us a sort of a 2-month step-in period before Scott can present to us as far as a broader picture of these projects and the content of. And I mean, I had a bit of a heads up with Scott the other day in his office, and it was excellent, and I think everybody will find it will be, because it's the detail and how things have got there, and it's vital information we all need to have our heads around this moving forwards for any decision making, because it's a massive decision going forward, and we need all the information, we need all the financial information we needed for there. So when we do make any decisions, they're the right ones for the betterment of West London and the protection of council. So thank you, Simon, for that report. Nobody's got any further questions? Can I have somebody please move and second report from the Chief Executive?
Yep.
Thank you, Councillor Head. All in favour?
Aye.
Thank you. Now we also have Kevin Collier on the Zoom at the moment. Are you there, Kevin?
Kia ora, yes, I can hear you. Can you see me or hear me?
Yes. Right, you got anything to this report now?
Yeah, Carl, you're okay to wait.
Sorry, we've had a bit of a mishmash of a meeting as far as presentations go. So thank you for joining us today, Kevin. It's greatly appreciated. You won't know everybody around the table, so what we will do is have a quick flick around, starting with Councillor Manera over here, so you know who you've got where, and we'll do your presentation.
Here you go. I'm Ryan from Sutherland.
Danielle, Northern Ward.
Riley Burden, Northern Ward.
Paul Redford, Chairman of Ngāti Mahaki.
Stephen Gallop, Hokitika Ward Deputy Mayor.
Helen Lash, Mayor.
Paul Davidson, Hokitika Ward.
Precious Essence, Islands.
And we have the members of the exec team sitting over here as well. Potentially out of your vision.
Yep, that's right. That's okay.
So thank you, Kevin, for being here with us today. It's good that you can make it, and Zoom's a wonderful tool to have access to people these days.
Yep.
We've all seen the presentation, I'm hoping, around the table, so we will throw the floor over to you to take us through everything.
Okay, thank you very much. Kia ora koutou. Ko te aho Pātiki, te mona, ko Waimakariri, te awa, no Otatahi, aho, ko Kolia, toko whānau, ko Kevin, toko ingoa. So I'm Kevin, I'm with RSL Consultancy. We're just a small consultancy. I'm based in Otatahi, Christchurch, but we've got other staff or consultants throughout the country. So we were engaged by Western District Council to undertake a review of sport and recreation facility needs for the Hokitika area. And I won't go into too much of the detail. I understand you've got the report and hopefully you've had a chance to have a read of it. Just a couple of comments. Our brief was around sport and recreation facilities, so it wasn't really about the operational side of things, although we touched on that a little bit in the report. It was around the Hokitika area and the immediate surrounds, so it wasn't the full Westland area. And just to reiterate up front, it was obviously one of the drivers was around the racecourse and Cass Square issues and opportunities, but it wasn't to be it wasn't the master plan for the racecourse site. So in terms of our process, it was a reasonably a tried and true process we did. We met with the previous council admittedly, and did a briefing, and then we identified a number of key documents. We reviewed those. We surveyed the sports organisations. We held a forum in June, I believe, earlier this year, with the sports organisations to get some more feedback. Followed up one-on-one with those that are needed. Presented draft report, got officer feedback on that report, and presented, from our perspective, a final report. So a reasonably tried and true process. It took about, I think, from memory, Simon, we started in February. It took through to October, November, and now it's been put in front of the council for, I suppose, your consideration. And I'm here really just to field any questions you may have on the report, and see how I can help. I haven't got a presentation, so it's really just a Q&A session. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Right, following on from having a chance to go over Kevin's report, has anybody got any questions for Kevin? Anything they want to discuss further? Just have a few questions that can be discussion points.
No.
Councillor Mitchell.
Yeah, I left my notes at home and I've been sitting through on the phone. Excuse me, looking at my phone. Page 10, operational issues.
Yes.
Feedbacks will be feedback separately, but there will be potentially some of that stuff that we will want to know as we plan ahead, so we don't have the same operational issues in the future. Can we do an update on it, not now, but at some point?
Yeah, we can send it through. We have had discussions. Some of those operational issues came through in the forums and through the surveys. So some of them have been raised, at the forums and with the staff as we go. But certainly happy to present a sort of a succinct summary of those issues. And they're generally things like we do touch on a centralised booking system with help with better planning, forward planning, and utilisation and maximisation of existing facilities, things like that. Yeah, or lighting is left on sometimes, on grounds or whatever it may be. They're reasonably minor things like that. But happy to summarise those and send those through. Sure.
It's just good to have a heads up on some of them in case it's useful for
Yes.
further discussions. Really interesting, the population statistics. And I think probably a few of us have noticed that, and that's what I think you were referring to before, Paul, with the decreasing population, however, the ageing as well. So thank you for that information.
Sure.
And I didn't see the AMP needs mentioned in it. I think some of that comes under sport and recreation.
It wasn't really part of the brief, not the AMP event. No, it wasn't part of the brief. Yeah, I think we do mention the AMP in this somewhere in terms of a user, but no, it wasn't part of the brief.
Overall, it was really interesting. I enjoyed the report. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kevin, it says in the report that the consultation on the draft report was undertaken by the steering group. When did the consultation take place?
So the consultation was, as I say, say that I speak in terms of the steering group on the draft.
Well, it says the presentation, feedback and completion of draft report for steering group was completed September 22. Yep. And then it says consultation on draft report was undertaken by the steering group. So I'm asked, then it says finalisation of the report is November 22. So I'm just wondering when the consultation took part.
Yeah, so that was yeah, no, good point. So there's two sort of stages to it. One, the consultation with the groups up front, and then a draft report, and we work with the steering group to identify and make sure that the report is factual, etc. And then we sort of finalise our report, and then it's up to the council, I suppose, in this case, the steering group, in terms of how that's socialised. And I suppose it's socialised in consultation through it becoming a council report, or however council wishes to adopt or acknowledge the report. So it's that that was really an anticipation of this meeting and the future discussion around the report. That makes sense.
So how far out was the consultation held? Was it just held with immediate groups in Hokitika?
Yes, it was. Yeah, that's right. So we identified, with the help of the council and Sport Canterbury, the in-scope sport and recreation groups that we could. And sometimes they were the regional body, sometimes they were a local club, and in fact sometimes they were individuals too. So it wasn't just the scope of the facilities was Hokitika, but the organisations we talked to might have been wider. For instance, yes, I'm trying to think, cricket. Canterbury Country Cricket administer some sport and recreation here on the West Coast too, so we talked to them. But in some cases it was the regional body, in some cases it was a club or an individual.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Sorry, Councillor Mitchell.
Thanks, through your worship. Yeah, it is an interesting report. As Councillor Neil says, I do wonder about some of the information supplied here when I read about the All Saints Hall being used for bowls, and it says that the All Saints Hall dates back to 1936. The All Saints Hall, as I recall, became a multicultural centre that was demolished about 20 years ago. So I'm not so sure about some of the base information. Anyway, to cut to the chase, this came about from the A, with the racecourse, B, with the concern with Cass Square, and with Cass Square getting cut up from the World Foods Festival, and therefore being unavailable for the start of the rugby season, etc. That was basically where this arose, and the one option was to have like an arena development at the racecourse, and to leave Cass Square as the premium sports field. It's clear from this report that the rugby clubs, both rugby clubs, say they don't want to move. They don't want to go to the racecourse. The only one that's looking for a home is the Rugby League Club. The rugby problems with Cass Square getting cut up will be solved when Western High School field is completed in the coming season. So therefore, there's not a lot left of reason for development of the racecourse. I see there was some suggestion was thrown in about some frisbee golf type thing or something or other. I mean, that's hardly a reason to commit to developing a big sporting arena at the racecourse.
So I'm not exactly sure what the question was, but I don't. So yeah, that's right. Yeah, in terms of a comment back, yeah, look, you're right. We did find that with the upgrade of the school grounds, the natural turf grounds at the school, the existing provision of sports grounds, that generally speaking, that you're probably well served for sport and recreation grounds. So standard football, rugby league, etc., cricket grounds for in the community, assuming that the community can get good access to those school grounds. So you've got good numbers, and assuming you can get some the access required. So therefore, look, it was difficult to justify development of additional, what would term sort of rectangular sports fields anywhere, let alone at the racecourse. However, that your traditional sports, generally speaking, are in some cases, or in many cases, are actually either very steady or declining in terms of popularity, and being picked up, being replaced by more active recreation, individual sports, less structured type sport and recreation. And that's where we've sort of said the racecourse was a fantastic opportunity to make provision for that type of activity now and into the future. Hence, the example of frisbee golf, and it may sound sort of slightly left field, but actually it is taking off, and there's other active recreation activities like that are picking up and will become more popular in the future. And that was the theme of, if we were going to look at developing some of the racecourse for recreation activities, that would probably be a better theme than traditional square, new sports fields, rectangular sports fields for traditional sports like rugby, football, and what have you.
Yes, Councillor.
Through your worship. So yes, thank you for that. Basically, it has concluded, though, hasn't it, that it's not viable. It was a good exercise to go through, and to tease it out, and to look at what was a potential opportunity to develop a site that's pretty much wasted at the racecourse. But when the conclusion comes back that there's actually not the demand, the population is in decline, that the sporting groups team sports in particular are not going to increase in future years, then that's the answer we've got. It might not be the answer that was intended or looked for when we set out on this report, but that's the answer that's come back. And rather than now looking for a purpose for the racecourse, I think that's the chapter closed, in my view.
Yes, Kevin.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Sorry. I probably should also add that the equestrian and running for disabled communities very strongly put their case for retention of access to the racecourse for RDA activities, but also grazing and recreational use of horses as well. So, they're very strong in terms of their requirements for access to the racecourse. So that was part of what we put in as an opportunity to for recreation use of the course.
Thank you. Councillor Manero.
Yeah, this Wild Foods Festival, it's obviously costing us a lot more than what earlier on, because it's obviously destroying the Casware every year, and it's no rugby, so why don't you get rid of the wild foods off the Casware and play rugby?
Well, we have played rugby on Casware.
I'm not very much.
Councillor Stewart.
Through the chair. Kevin, I wasn't privy to the original brief on this report, but did you ever consult with Development West Coast?
Yes.
Part of this process?
Yes, we did. Yeah, we talked to them, and I imagine you're referring in terms of Wild Food Festival, and yeah, absolutely. Look, it's an important component of the culture, the vibrancy, the economics for Hokitika and the western region. So our brief was not to try and find an ideal spot for that event or any events. It was to consider that as part of the mix in terms of the pressure on Cass Square. Hence, we landed on the I suppose the conclusion that actually, with some pluses and minuses, gives and takes, and also the capacity of the new fields at the school, that potentially, that there is the ability for the two uses to coexist. So also the representatives were not particularly keen in terms of moving the event down to the racecourse as well. So that comes very strongly as well.
The point I wanted to make, Kevin, was that the report, as everyone is quite interesting, the demographic changes, and it's kind of seems to me it predetermines a recreational profile going forward that suits an older, ageing population becoming less active. Whereas you've got Development West Coast, on the other hand, wanting to attract a different demographic into the region. So perhaps the outcome of the report might be different if it considered how to grow the Westland population. If we go down the direction the plan seems to favour, then it's less attractive for younger people to be in this area. That's the kind of the point I'm trying to make.
Sure. Yep. And we can only go and use the information that the experts, in this case Statistics New Zealand, provide and project in terms of demographics. And I'll also say too that we do this a lot all over the country, and the demographic data, generally speaking, is very similar throughout the country. You're not unique in that respect. We are an aging population. So that particularly the 64 plus age group is increasing significantly. But the other side of it is that that saying around the 60 is the new 40 or the other way around. That people are much more active, and we want to keep people more active. So therefore, it doesn't necessarily say that. It doesn't necessarily mean that they're not going to be recreating. In fact, we want to encourage them to recreate, and our point is indeed to try and find and deliver facilities that cater for that age group. In terms of attracting younger people, absolutely, that's Destination Western's objective, but we can only really go on the data that's put in front of us.
Yeah, I'd just be interested to get some feedback from Development West Coast if they get a copy to review, how they would see it in terms of their long-term plan for developing the region.
That's what I
Sorry, just to follow on from the Deputy Mayor comments, of course it's no less attractive for young people today than it was when we were growing up. There's just as many, in fact more, sporting opportunities and facilities than there were back then. So it's not a matter of that, it's just a matter of this report has concluded that basically there's no justification for more, for expansion, because we're already overstocked. That's the bottom line of what we're saying. So it's not a matter of this, of it's less attractive for youth, no more so for the past generation.
I think it's just saying that we're well stocked with the traditional sporting fields, isn't it? But there's certainly opportunity for others.
Yeah, it's a reasonably fair comment. That and I say it at the front of the report that generally speaking that the Hokitika area is and based on information from the spaces and places planned for the West Coast area, that reasonably well stocked in terms of total number of facilities and opportunities. The other side of that is that there are many facilities that are aging and in some cases not fit for purpose. So it's a bit of two-edged sword.
Through her worship, there's a lot of talk in the report about the tennis club, old tennis club facilities in Sewell Street. Who owns the facility there? There's no.
The tennis club, from what I understand, I think there's some negotiations going on between them and the squash club in terms of how they might, what's the word, part ways, or, officially part ways, because I think there's a sharing agreement, or maybe that's co-ownership. But as I understand, the tennis club own that piece of land.
You're correct. Through the chair, you're correct. It's a joint. It's a tennis and squash. And what you said later, you're absolutely correct.
Thank you. It's a good opportunity, I think, and I'm glad you picked it up, because I think it is a great opportunity potentially for the town. It's reasonably centrally located. You do have a lot of tourists and visitors, and an opportunity to sort of to casually recreate in a public space on that site for those people staying in town, whether it's a bit of beach volleyball or whatever it might be. With the locals as well, be a fantastic opportunity. I see it as a real potential hub for the community. And I think I did quote, there's a similar one in Christchurch here, Elmwood Park, which has done a similar sort of development. But anyway, it's an opportunity.
Thank you, Kevin. Does anybody have anything further for Kevin? No. Thank you very much for joining us.
No problem. Pleasure.
Appreciate your time today and your wait to get to the
no problem.
So thank you very much.
Okay. Merry Christmas, everyone. Thank you.
You too.
Bye-bye.
Right, so can I have somebody please move and second receipt of that report?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Who was the second? Sorry, who seconded?
Second was Councillor Burden.
Yeah.
Thank you. So just on that report, Simon, what did it cost council for that report?
There was co-share between Canterbury and New Zealand. I think it was 15,000.
So what do we get out?
Sorry?
What do we get out?
It's for the playground bit, yes, where?
It was a request from council.
Yeah. Okay. So the sports hub up here at the high school, the cover over the netball courts. Are we still paying the insurance on that?
Yes, we own that.
Yes, we own that facility. And what does that cost us a year?
In terms of insurance?
Yeah. We don't own the facility, we pay the insurance.
No, we own this cover.
Oh, was it Research Council? Okay, well, then like.
Only the roof structure.
Sorry, just the roof.
Only the structure.
That's what I was referring to.
We own that.
Yeah, and we, pay insurance on that, okay. Okay. Okay, so now we will move on to the transportation update. Sorry, Carl, you've been waiting away there. But the good news is we're actually still ahead of time, so I shouldn't have said that, you might take longer. Thanks, Carl.
Oh, yeah, she must be, of course, sorry.
Right, good afternoon, Your Worship, councillors. So this is just a bit of one of my regular updates to council. So this one's our December update, just to go through a few of the things that that we're working on. How's that working?
There you go. Try that.
Okay. So some of the topics that we'll be going over is the speed limit survey that we carried out earlier on in the year, works that we've currently got underway, projects that we're scoping and then preparing for tender, recently awarded contracts, works being investigated and designed, and recent and ongoing challenges that we're facing various parts of our network. So touching on the speed limit survey in August, we did go to the public. We received 46 responses, not a huge amount, but it was quite interesting. So the questions that we asked are, were fairly broad in general. We didn't want to go down the road of too much of a review, but we just wanted to get a feel for what the public's sense was in terms of where we should be headed. Results-wise, of those 46 that we got back, there was 31 responded yes for further review, 15 for no. Various reasons for that. Those that voted no, there's general sort of consensus around there that they just wanted to spend the money elsewhere, which is fair enough. The ones that voted yes, so we looked at, there was 10 favoured further reductions in other parts of the network that we haven't touched. 4 wanted speed reductions around schools, which is something that we've got ongoing as a project at the moment. 7 thought we got it wrong in a few places. That happens. And 15 think we actually needed to take a closer look at Canary Road in particular. That did raise quite a lot of conversation at the time and going forward. So as a result of that is something that we can consider going forward when we are next ready to do our speed limit reviews. So works that we got currently underway, we're doing a bridge replacement on Corburn Creek Bridge, that's on the Jackson River Road. So that was a bridge structure that we had donated to us from Wakakatahi a couple of years ago. It was Vine Creek Bridge through the Haast Pass. It was a temporary bridge structure that they had that was surplus, so they donated it kindly to council. So we're utilising it and recycling it into the Corburn Creek Bridge replacement as at the moment. So resealing of carriageways, Fulton Hogan are doing that under the maintenance contract with West Roads. They're currently around about 50 to 60% completed on this year's resurfacing. Coming up, we've got Davey Street, which is getting resurfaced this year, but we've got a bit of heavy maintenance that we've got to do to it just to fix the surface. We've done the crossings there, and West Roads have been doing the other repair work just in the new year. We're also just working through identification of next year's or next season's reseals. So we're just at the early stages of that, just putting together a rough list that we can start picking away at and investigating. Footpath renewals and maintenance. So we've identified all the works that we're looking at this season. West Roads are programming that at the moment under the maintenance contract. So we've identified approximately 4.2 kilometres worth of footpath that we're doing either maintenance or renewals work to this season, compared with last season we got through about 1.6 kilometres. The reason we're going a bit higher is that the cost of the work is reducing because there's less in some areas that we're doing because we've targeted the worst first. So the worst basically cost us more to fix. So as we go, we hopefully should increase that length as the footpaths get better. So we've got WSP working on the bridge inspection program for this coming season. It's part of a joint West Coast contract between the 3 territorial authorities that they're working on at the moment. And our soon to finish on the 19th of December 2022 transport survey. If you haven't already had a say, go onto our website and have your say. To date, as of today, we've received 971 responses, which compared to the last time we did the survey in 2019, we had 316. Now this is coast-wide. A few of the stats there looking at that. Last time of that 316, there was about 150 from Westland, and the rest was split reasonably evenly across Grey and Buller. This time around, we're looking at about 43% of the returners from Buller, 28% from Westland, and 25% from Grey, with about 4% outlying from elsewhere in the country. So we're getting a good result. I have had an initial look at some of the feedback, and it's showing up some really interesting stories that people are telling us, which is good. That's what we want. We need the feedback. Let's stop.
No, go. Come on. No. Okay, sorry.
Okay, so projects that we're scoping up at the moment. We've got a pavement rehabilitation that we're working on, which is a follow-on from previous work that we've done on the Haast-Jacksons Bay Road. This is the section from Waitoto through to Arrawatta River, which is still particularly rough in places. We've budgeted 650,000. How far we get with that is going to be determined by what pricing we get back from the market. Hoping we could get up to 1 kilometre. We'll see how we go.
Can I just ask on that, what's the volume of usage on that road? Because
The Haast-Jackson Bay Road. That's the special purpose road.
Waitoto, Arrawatta,
That's the section of the.
Yeah.
That's the section of Haast-Jacksons Bay Road. So between the section that we're looking at.
Oh, between the rivers, sorry, yes, I was
Between
thinking
the
of
Waitoto and the Arrawatta rivers.
yeah, sorry, yeah.
So the Waitaha Valley Road, we've had that identified as a low cost, low risk project that we're keen to progress with. We've got an estimate of 100,000 in the budget for that, but we're looking at creating passing opportunities on that road. We have widened it in past and been progressively widening it from the start, but at this stage, I think we can get a bit more bang for our buck with the lower traffic volumes on that road by creating some widening opportunities instead, because there's a lot of straight sections that will be easier to tick that one off. We've also got Tonkin and Taylor are doing investigation work on the Haast-Jacksons Bay Road again for resilience improvements. So this is in the section through around the Okuru settlement and north, where the combined Okuru, Turnbull and Hapaka river mouths have been flowing out to the northern side. That has caused us quite a few issues with coastal erosion and erosion towards the edge of the road. To date, we've invested on reasonably cheap fixes, about 240,000, doing minor rock rubble repair works. What we're aiming to do is a larger scale rock protection work along that area, just to provide us with some better resilience in that part of the network. We did part of the process with Tonkin and Taylor. We did investigate some other options, which involve channeling the river mouth or diversion of the road, but diversion of the road really through the national heritage areas, not really in scope.
Yeah, Cal, so through your worship, so you did explore the option of training the river mouth.
Yes.
Because nature dictates that river mouth will go back to where it was. With the combined outlet, and we'll be left with rock work along Pine Drive.
Presently, it's gone from being a mouth in the north to the southern side, so it's flowing out through that end. But looking at the historical imagery through there, it does migrate all the way through north, and it is part of that natural cycle. The challenge that we've got is that over time, because of that cycle, the erosion has come right up to the road, and so there's not really any room to manoeuvre. So our only option there is to armour the road for when it does come back. When that is, I don't know, but it has shown that will likely happen again. So
the Tonkin and Taylor, through which the Tonkin and Taylor look at extending the existing rock wall stock tank behind the township. A drawing going out to which would train that river mouth, prevent it from curling around to the north.
So one of the options that was looked at was training the river mouth, or even just opening that mouth periodically to divert the flow. The challenge with that is that it will cause a bit of starvation from the northern side, so it could actually accelerate some of the erosion to that northern end, which is closer to where we need to be protecting the road. So it could potentially cause us more problems than anything else. One of the other options was sand replacement, but the ongoing costs of that was just not something that we could foreseeably put into. So Rockham, the existing area where it was at most risk, has been determined to be the best approach going forward at this stage.
Through the chair, just that section between the Waikato and the Arawata, the overlay. What does that mean?
So
because that road it was built on corduroy.
So yeah, that road was never really suited to being sealed. Corduroy roads don't handle being sealed particularly well because they do settle over time as the corduroy changes. But that said, we are fixed with that solution. The way forward, and it's been used quite successfully on the state highway, is to progressively overlay those sections as they go out of shape.
Okay.
It's just something that is an area that we need to be mindful of, that there's going to be continued investment in that over longer periods of time as the roads go out of shape again. But the solutions that we're looking at are relatively low cost. In terms of what the other options are.
Down sort of honeymoon stuff, eh?
So got a couple of recently awarded contracts that we're working on. This is part of our ongoing activity management plan improvement project. So the West Coast Council's Bridges and Structures Asset Management Contract. So that's gone to WSP. So as I said earlier, they're programming through the annual bridge inspections and life cycle analysis and creating our forward works program for likely bridge replacements and heavy maintenance. And the West Coast Council's Regional Asset Management Services contract. So Becca have been awarded that. So there's a number of services that they're providing. One of those is actually a database combination project. So presently the three councils run three separate roading databases. We're working to combine those three databases into a single database. We can identify individual asset ownership within that database. There is push in the industry to go through and redefine some of the data structures in the databases that we have through the new asset management data standard that's been promoted through the Whakakatahi. The process we're going through with combining the databases will help us and make that overall change a lot more cost effective for all three councils involved.
Try that again.
Oh, there we go. So, as I said, the works that we're investigating and designing at the moment, the Haas-Jacksons Bay resilience work, Tonkin and Taylor are doing that. Speed limits around schools. So we've made a commitment to Whakakatahi to target 100% of our schools within the Westland District within this current National Land Transport Fund round, which ends in 2024. So we've been working collaboratively again with the other two councils so that the solutions that we come up with coast-wide are going to be uniform around all of the schools as much as we can. And well, it'll be either 30Ks dedicated or there'll be some variable 30K signs that go up in some areas.
Outside the big house.
Yes, yes, potentially. So
that runs on the state highway? Yes.
The state highway doing the ones on the NZTA doing the ones on the state highway, but there is some stuff in, say, Ross School that we'll be having to work in with them for that side of things because it shares state highway and local road interface.
So like Franz Joseph will become?
Franz Joseph, it's likely they will be pushing the variable 30K speed limits. so that it's only 30 when it needs to be. There's a couple of schools that will be looking at that as well, but there's also some schools that we might be looking at something a wee bit different. But the outcome of that isn't fully determined yet. We're still working through that process, and just once we've got something ready to go out to the public with, we'll start pushing that.
And I think some of those
through.
schools on the main highways, like Prince Joseph, for instance, I think they're looking at bringing down the speed. Where what's that now, 80, isn't it, through that stretch? They're looking at bringing that down to 50 or 60, I think I read.
Oh, I haven't read that, but yeah, that's
From that
possible.
first sign point we have, and then through the school hours at maybe 30. But that's just something I read in the workings and was told when I was in the meeting. So yeah, that was just part of that discussion, but what they were, I think, if we talked to the schools, and that was what they were favouring in those areas.
Yeah, so there is a regional Waikikatahi speed management, a draft speed management plan out for consultation at the moment. I did provide some feedback into that on behalf of council, given that we've had multiple requests for changes coming into Hokitika on both sides, which have to date fallen on relatively deaf ears. I have pushed that through again, but whether it gets addressed, I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. So again, yeah, the annual resale program for next year, we're just getting kicked off on that. And just following on from the repeated floods that we've been getting in a couple of places on our network, we're considering whether we look at some sort of swing gate option on areas where we do have to close the road, and we've got issues with people ignoring the road closures and driving through, putting themselves at risk and others at risk if they have to go and rescue them. We don't know whether the road's there under the water when it's flowing across the road, and they don't either. So these are some of the things that we're looking at just at the moment.
Sorry, through your worship, Carl, if we get on the resealing in the September meeting, the last update, you said that the bitumen costs were 50% increase. Is that confirmed?
Well, yeah, the bitumen costs are quite high. I'm not sure whether it's 50% at the moment, but yeah, I'll have to come back to you on that one. Yeah, no, it does affect the amount that we can do. Spaces we never get part in it. Some of the ongoing challenges that we've got at the moment. It's one in particular, the Waitangi Tahuna River is causing us some issues at the moment with flooding of the road, and it's eroding closer to the road. To date, our approach has been to retreat the road and move it away from the erosion. At the moment, there's a section of it about 250 metres, I think, off the top of my head, that's through Dock Estate. We've been successful in working with them to do that. We've got another approach now, which we're getting close to the stage we're going to have to consider that again. Rocking that to protect the road is not really an option, because the riverbed itself is grading, it's rising, which is causing more surface flooding in that area and causing us a problem ongoing. So the previous road alignment we did was about 16,000. So that was for about 250 metres of road. That was in 2021. December 21, we spent another 3,000 on storm damage. Then in February 22, another just under 9,000 on storm damage. So some parts of these networks are getting quite challenging to maintain and keep open. That's one of several that I want to showcase today.
On that Waitangi one, Carl, when we met with Doc the other week, they're quite happy for us to pick up, or they'll help us pick up the fence and step it right back in and put the road right up by the fence, which would give us a lot of years.
We've just got to work on a memorandum of understanding.
So that they understand how far, and then they should be ready for it to go ahead.
I'm hoping that we could create one that will work across the board for other roads, because there are a few other roads that we've got that we're starting to look very closely at the Dock Estate, and if we've got an agreement in place that covers those, then we can progress as we go.
Okay. And the other thing is too, is that there could be a little bit of local contribution to the work there too.
Well, yeah, that's something that we'll need to consider. Yeah. definitely. A couple of other issues there. We've got some river aggradation on McCulloch's Creek. It's the Johnny Walker Bridge on the left-hand photo, and Snake Creek or Dry Creek on the Porirua River Road in the right-hand photo. So those two in themselves. McCulloch's Creek is one that's really causing us a lot of angst cost-wise. Just as a bit of a highlight, in 2019 we spent $19,000 to remove the guardrail on that bridge and install rub rails because the river inundation was regularly pushing up and damaging the guardrail. In 2019 again, we spent $20,000 clearing the waterway just with the dozer, just to reopen that channel.
Through the chair, sorry,
yep.
What was that saying?
So that's on Road, just outside of Paraharry, just at the foot of the Mount Hercules.
Oh, okay.
Gotcha. Yeah. So the challenge there is that is a sizable, significant structure, services one farmer. We have a landfill on the state highway side, which has been protected. So that's not to say that it's protected forever. But the challenge there is the return that we get through rates and anything else on that particular road through the land is far outweighed by the expense that costs us to keep the road open. These are some of the challenges. So Dry Creek is starting to become that way now as well. Pardon?
How many places does Dry Creek?
Dry Creek, I think it's one again. I think it's just one farm again.
It's a farm, right?
It's farm, farm access.
Is it the only access to these places?
Yes, but there is no residential dwellings on the other side of those structures. Well, there's one at the other side of Dry Creek, but it's not used. It's abandoned. So it's basically pasture. Sorry?
So Carl, through the chair, what sort of options are there in terms of like a solution for this?
Yeah, this is where I'm leading to with the likes of McCulloch Creek. An option for us, it's not an option to take the bridge out. That's probably too costly. The option for us is to pull back on the maintenance work on the waterway, let the river come up and go over the bridge so that the bed of the river actually goes over the bridge. We can reinstate a ford there reasonably cost effectively as and when required. But that's a conversation that we need to have with the community so that they understand that that's the changing level of service that we're going to be delivering in that area. If at some time the riverbed drops, which they do from time to time, then we've still got a bridge there that's intact because it will be covered up, protected and closed, encapsulated effectively. So if, like I said, the riverbed drops, we've still got a bridge there, we've still got access across. So the cost to reinstate it's not going to be high.
So you say you could have,
Sorry, Jane. So if the river does come up over the bridge, is the bridge lower than the land on either side, or is the river going to go everywhere?
It's likely the river will go over the farmland as well too. The farmers are having challenges keeping the river in its alignment at the moment.
It's a bigger issue than just the bridge.
It's a bigger issue than just the bridge. It is a farming issue as well. But I know they're facing challenges upstream with keeping the bed in its course. So there's no easy answer to it, but it's something that we need to work through and find our way to a solution.
Through the chair, obviously, this is a farm that Western Milk Products needs to get.
Support so it's grass.
But it does have a significant contribution to the farms, don't they? Roughly,
yeah. And through the year, I have talked to farmers on both sides. Yeah. And I suppose they're trying to jack up a meeting with you guys.
Yeah.
Trying to roll it, but the farmers are aware of it.
Thanks, Brian. Have you had contact with those farmers since Brian's been done?
We haven't yet. No, but that will go.
It's in their hand.
Yeah. Yeah.
If you want to just follow that through. Yeah.
As I alluded to in the in your introduction briefing, this is a recent bridge failure we had of a structure that wasn't on our database, wasn't in our register, but it was one of ours. The particular road serves as a farm track. It's not a road that we maintain actively. The farmer reported it to us. So what's happened there is the waterway is actually undercut under one of the abutments, and that has settled over time and caused that collapse. So we went in and have removed that structure. So this one's an interesting one because we've got the fibre optic cable was attached to the bridge. It's now an aerial fibre optic cable, but it is also used. So it's used by that road is used by Chorus for maintenance of the fibre optic, but it's also used by Westpower for maintenance to power lines, which runs alongside the road as well. We are speaking with those two providers with regards to whether they want to install something to provide access to their lines. The farmer we spoke to on site already has an access track through his farmland that he uses or can use if he needs to. But our view is we would rather not invest council money in that asset because it doesn't specifically serve our needs. We would rather push that Chorus or Electronet, Westpower invest in something if they require anything in that area. As it stands, there's alternative access for the farms on both sides of the road to the same points without having to use that particular roadway. So that's where we're sort of sitting at the moment.
Through the chair, Carl, how confident are we going to have other disasters waiting to happen across what could have been part of our network in the past and now currently part of our network?
Reasonably confident, but we can't be 100% certain. This was an odd one, and it had been known and it had been investigated by council in the past, but for whatever reason, I don't have the answer to that. It wasn't included in our asset register or asset database, but council had done work on it, investigated work on it about 6 or 7 years ago, and nothing happened as a result. But I don't know the history beyond that or how that's come about. So. And that's it, basically, in a nutshell. Do you have any other questions?
Yes,
through the chair, just around the footpaths and the program of work on that, can that be made available to us? Because every day I'm talking to people that want to know about their footpaths. So if we know what's in the work plan, we can say yes, it's happening this year, next year.
Make the list available after this, so that you've got that as well.
It's always a front of questions.
Yep.
Just further to that, while we're talking about failures of bridges and things, Fox Creek. Yeah, it's been an issue obviously for the last 8 years that I know of. Is there any sort of plan?
So we're still investigating what our options are going forward, whether we dig it out fully and replace it with large PVC pipes, or whether we can reline it. We do have to organise a detailed inspection walkthrough of that waterway. As it stands, we were declined funding through the Waikakitahi for the replacement of that in the last round of funding. That's not to say that we can't include it in the next round in 18 months' time, but if there's an opportunity for us to replace it earlier, if we are able to liberate some funding elsewhere, then we'll certainly explore that. At the moment, we are keeping a close eye on it, patching as we need to.
It'd just be nice if the surface at the moment, it's quite a jolt when you're driving through it. I know it's slowed to 30 k's, but if it's quite a
it is a bit of it is a bit of a
But
challenge.
it seems to be these, to be going nice just to try and get that surface a bit smoother temporarily, if that's possible.
So the issue isn't.
Conflict of interest.
My poor van. My neck.
The issue surely though, is and it's suddenly dangerous, isn't it?
Well, that's where we keep a very close watch on that during these weather events, because we know that when there's a large volume of water flowing through it, it does tend to suck a lot of fine material from underneath the road. There has been a significant amount of concreting work going in to that area. When they do expose a hole, we generally try and fill it with concrete rather than loose gravel material, simply because it won't get sucked away in the next storm. But that can cause us problems with chasing those things as well.
Yeah, I think the last concreting definitely firmed it up quite well. But yeah, the actual surface of the road is quite a hole now. What is the replacement cost sort of estimate?
I think we had targeted about $250,000 for that, and that's conservative. It's quite likely to be closer to 300 or more for replacement through there. It's not a small structure.
No, it's very long. The length of it is.
Yeah. So that's why we're sort of going down the path of whether or not we can line what's there as well. There's potentially some slightly more cost-effective approaches to that by lining it with a resin impregnated liner, which basically goes through the pipe, is inflated, the resin sets, and then we grout around it. Has been done elsewhere recently successfully, but that's part of the process we're looking at the moment.
Part of the problem obviously is the volume of water as well, the size of the pipe.
Yeah, it's challenging in that waterway was only ever designed as a temporary stopgap while the gold mine was there and the gold mine left and nothing ever changed.
Could we lift the bridge out from 2 kilometres down the road and put it back in the creek?
Serving a good purpose as a stock underpass at the moment, but it's challenging.
Yeah.
Carl, we've got the Community Association at Canary, the residents and bench owners out there wanted to seriously do something about the speed limit through that village, through that section of road where people are picnicking and moving and milling around, and they're very keen to have speed bumps, but the wide ones, not the short ones, because they're finding where there is one at the moment is that they go over that and then they speed up again and take off. And because it's a picnic, a sort of a social type area through that part of the township. Canary, Lake Canary?
Oh, Lake Canary,
Yeah.
on the Hands Bar.
Yeah. So they really are concerned there's only a matter of time before somebody gets hit by a car going through there, especially when you get a big picnicking area and people just sort of meandering around. So they're keen to contribute to that quite significantly as a community.
Well, we can work with the
So
community.
they're very keen to have a conversation as soon as possible on that. Then it would come up to.
Yeah, well, we do implement a seasonal 30k speed restriction through Hands Bay settlement. We do have the speed bumps, but again, people do.
No, they just speed up and they don't take in the signs. So they really wanting to go for like the big ones that you have. You see in areas that are wide or do more of them to control that.
Okay. We can certainly work on it.
Yeah, I've been out there at times when they've told me to be out there, and I've been out there at times when and people do, they seem to forget it's actually a thoroughfare, so they are milling around, and you get kids dipping in and out. So but that's a willing community to help fund the situation as well to resolve the problem. So I'll tell them to make direct contact with you and we'll get the conversation going. Cool. Thank you.
Fishing, right?
Yeah, but what they've got there at the moment, the speed bumps, they go over that and then they carry on.
They're very mellow speed bumps. They're sort of
So that's good. I'll get them to contact with you and we'll follow it through. Thank you for that. Does anybody have any further comments for Carl? Questions, challenges, curveballs? No, thank you very much, Carl, for that and for the time spent waiting for us to get to this.
Just for your worship, we bring Carl back every 6 months and he'll be obviously part of the annual plan process.
Cool. Excellent.
Okay.
All right, thank you, Carl, thanks very much.
Cheers.
Can I have somebody please move and second that we receive Carl's report? Councillor Neil, Councillor Beard, all in favour?
Aye.
Thanking you. Now, because we're coming up to a period of time where you can't extend 2 hours without a break, we will stop for 10 minutes and reconvene in 10 minutes time, because it's just the climate now when you've been sitting for 2 hours or more. Yes, that's speech. Sorry, son. Get on the table.
I need to
2:36, sorry, thank you. I've got my glasses on too. And also before we do start, are you ready?
Oh, yeah. Oh, sorry, Your Worship. I thought you were in the creek there before when they should at the Waitangi Tiana there with the road.
And before we start, we will welcome Francois to the meeting. He's joined us on Zoom. He was actually joined us just before we stopped for a quick 10-minute stretch. So welcome, Francois, to the meeting.
Helen, thank you.
You're welcome. We're going to move straight into the CE's report now, and I'll hand over to Simon. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship, and good afternoon again, councillors. So just for a bit of background, I supply CE's report, which covers pretty well everything that's going on, not everything, but the majority of things that are going on within the various departments of council and also the projects we're working on. That's done quarterly. So the next one will be around, probably do one in March since we're going to miss January anyway. So I just take the report as read, but I want to go through some of the key points in the report and highlight some key activities. Three Waters reform, as we all know, is still on, so charging on. There's been obviously a lot of politics in the last couple of weeks, particularly around the identified, whether it's 5 waters or 3 waters now. Also the scenario around the entrenchment, which has got a lot of press, a lot of backs up as well. So the entrenchment clause has been withdrawn. So that was came through on Monday night. Yeah. But I just want to hand over to Scott just to talk very briefly about the work we're doing with the National Transition Unit. And Scott, you might need to talk quite loudly, so if you want me to come over? If you come over, please. Yeah. Okay. Just to background, so as part of the 3 Waters transferring through to NTDD on the 1st of July 2024, DIA has set up a National Transition Unit. Scott has been representing myself and on behalf of the West Coast. Some representation around the various committees. So, Scott, do you want to take a lead on that?
So, in terms of what we put in the report, I mean, the amount of time and effort that's now going into this by councils is now wrapping up quite a lot. So, there's a number of work streams that are in place that the NTU have set up around data and digital, HR, stocktake, and others. And they're all trying to coordinate getting information out of councils. So they're consulting all 22 NTD councils pretty much at the same time across the whole of South Island. And there's some real logistic challenges with this. So there's a bit of a one-size-fits-all approach. So there's a lot of spreadsheet activity going on where you'll get just fill in our spreadsheet, please. And by the way, it's all the following data, some of which is relevant, some of which is not remotely relevant. There doesn't appear to be quite the connectivity between the work streams as you might expect. So some of the work streams are asking for the same data over and over again. And you can't actually cut and paste it. So in terms of this week, for example, we've got the NTU on site yesterday and today, and we got a different part of the NTU on site on Friday. And I've spent probably at least half a day in addition to that working on the HR spreadsheet that they've been asking for. Now, given that we're a very small council and the 3 Waters team here work very, very hard and incredibly well, but there's 200 plus bits of work, it takes out your entire team to do this stuff. There is no choice, we've got to do it. So it is an area of complexity. The other challenge that we've got with this is if you look at the overall structure of the way they put the work streams together for the NTU, it's incredibly tight. You only need one drop of sand in the cog and the whole thing will grind to a halt. There is very little scope for stretching it out. And they're also very, very focused on their own little bit. So there's an element of silo working, but also they don't necessarily understand some of the legal implications of some of the things we're asking people to do. So to give you an example of that, and a bit like a broken record of this, is that if we're transferring data from the council to a separate legal entity within a very, very short time frame, migration of data, invariably some of the data is going to be wrong. So it's questions like, what legal indemnity are you going to give council so that somebody doesn't come back 5 years later and says we're going to sue you for negligence because the data you gave us was wrong? And what you're getting is the technical people who are building that kind of stuff are going, oh, we never thought to ask that question. So there's a lot of stuff going back and forth between the different groups on this. It feels, if you're on the receiving end of it, that it's a steam train on a track and it's going that way. And you can chuck stuff at it and it just kind of bounces a wee bit.
Nobody's driving that train.
Yeah, well, for me, Paul, it feels a little bit like hitting a wet sponge. You take your hand away, there's no impression left. So it is what it is, and we're working as constructively as we can to take it forward. I've been put forward as co-chair of the LT2, which is the sort of council rep groups. And even that presents its own challenges because some of the questions that you need to answer actually are not subject specific. So if you're talking about risk, for example, it's no use asking somebody who's a technical specialist in water about risk because they'll see it in the context of water. And actually risk has got a whole range of aspects in terms of corporate implications of this, that and the other. So we're trying to steer it at the moment. It's not going to get any easier. So it is going to be a heck of a lot of work for everybody concerned. And it's really just to flag it up to people that, there's a lot going on.
Yeah. Thank you, Scott. And just to highlight, in terms of the NTU program, it has a governance stream whereby appointments to the various panels, particularly the regional representation group, which is the NTD, and how that's modelled, basically stated in their program of work that it will be completed before Christmas. I know that Helen hasn't heard anything, I haven't heard anything, and how that group is made up of. So that group, along with iwi, selects the future board, interim board. I believe the interim board is going to be appointed by the minister. So that'll be very interesting to watch as well. So, like Scott said, this is a very significant piece of work. It's cutting into a lot of my resources or my team's resource time. Finance have been inundated with requests. We also have opposition parties asking for information now as well, which is through a Goima. So that also is a huge amount of work. So yes, I just wonder if we want to touch on these as we go along subjects, like I see Paul's hands going up rather than coming back to the very end. No, I'm fine.
So, thank you. I was just going to say to Scott, really, with all of the work that's been imposed on the council, you're going to have to. I think there's nothing surer, is there, than short of a miracle between now and November next year, this is going to be repealed, and you're going to have to undo it all and go through it all again.
The complexities of that, we have no idea what could be repealed, what could be retained. So the challenge that we have is, particularly next year, back into next year, we're going into an LTP year. Is it in, is it out? All those sort of things need to play out. The other complexity is the IT system ready to run come 1st of July 24? Do we still need to have that back up within our financial systems to be able to rate and all those sort of things? So all that has to be played out yet. So once again, next 6 months is going to be chaotic to actually understand where it's going to end up.
So in the meantime, you've got the bureaucrats tripping over each other, asking the same questions over and over because they don't realise they've already asked them. And the steam train.
We've engaged, as the state in the book, we've engaged Tonkin and Taylor to be the conduit for the West Coast in terms of pulling a lot of the information together. So, and being the voice as well to help us make sure that what DIA needs, we actually are delivering in the right specifications. So they're technically very strong in that space and already been contracted to DIA to do some of their work as well.
Francois?
Yeah, hey, cool everybody. So we know that third reading's gone through today. Hey, so this thing's bloody real now, which is a concern. Are we aware of that?
Today. No, I didn't know the third reading was today. I certainly sat in on the second one.
I think it's 2 days' time, the third reading.
No, it's gone through.
Is it?
Oh, has it?
It's gone through.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
I
gone
knew it
through.
was under urgency, but
Okay.
Yeah, so it's bad news.
It's legal now.
Legislation.
thank you, Francois.
Any other subject on 3 Worcester Forum?
Yeah, so in terms of the LTP process and if the legislation changes, what's the flexibility to probably
That comes down to the level of work that we need to do to make sure we may have to run 2 models. Once again, more work for our teams to have run 2 different.
The advice we would give is you've got to run the LCP process as if you've still got 3 models. That's good. So the other issue is we've also got to do the same in terms of the infrastructure strategy. We can treat that as the 3 models still in it. So I've got a meeting next week with consultants there to start to put that together in terms of how that's going to be filled as well.
Yeah, and obviously with the financials, the implication on rates, all those things will play out as part of that process. Okay, moving on. Just want to talk about the Hokitika Wastewater Treatment Plant and the Oversight Committee. Obviously, now that we have reconvened that committee, that project is now commencing again. Hasn't stalled, the consultants are still doing work. In terms of the Oversight Group, it meets again next week. I've asked Stantec to provide a brief update in terms of where we've been in the past and where we are now, and you'll see that in the report. So, questions on?
I don't quite understand what they meant by they needed the 12 months to get the full season of weather to be able to provide the reports.
Oh, that's only one of the components of writing a report. So to be able to do a full analysis of potential sites, they would have to get some detail in terms of type of impacts on that site. I don't know the exact details of what that actually refers to, Jane. I think that'll be highlighted next week in terms of that question. Thank you.
We should just wonder if we could have an in-committee report back next meeting about the specifics that they're looking at now. Where they're looking at the sites and they're looking at what are the potential sites they're looking at.
I think that'll be an outcome of the next subcommittee meeting next week, because they will ask Stantec to give a full committee report on current status.
Okay, because they have been looking at potential sites.
Yeah, we're down to a very short number now.
Yeah. And so I think it's time for councillors to know in confidence what we're looking at.
And obviously, I was always intending to do that, obviously to get council fully up to speed with that project. Just want to highlight Fox Glacier water treatment plant. That project has been taking a long time. We have got funding, some partial funding from Tourism Infrastructure Fund. We asked council for some additional funds based on the tender numbers that came through. We are struggling to get commitment from the contractor to get that deadline completed or that project completed. Unfortunately, highlighted in the last couple of days that the number that we have in this report, April 23, is now been compromised. It's looking likely to be September or October next year. So we're working with that contractor to actually see if we can bring that forward, stating supply chain issues, equipment issues, and also the fact that they've got some significant orders around New Zealand. So not sure where, because it's a small plant that we keep shunted down the back of the channel, but it's something that we're trying to push through and get across the line.
So, Chair, we do expect that communication to go out to the community around the delay.
So we are drafting a response media release today.
Friday Christmas that'll be out.
Pardon?
We expect that to be within Friday Christmas.
Oh no, I'm talking by the end of this week. It'll be out.
Thank you.
Okay. So,
Thank you. Yep.
Just a quick comment there that the irony of ironies is that the government, central government changes have been affecting availability. This is government changes are taking 3 waters, and this is fixing the 3 water problem, which is causing. This is the one supply that is having the most problems, and our solution has been shunted down the line. It's just the irony of ironies.
Sure, the new entity will be able to do it tomorrow.
Oh.
Stage for efficiency.
Withdraw that sarcastic. Just want to highlight the Hokitika swimming pool project. Obviously, the additional funding has come through to complete stage 2 and 2.5. We've been working with obviously the stakeholders and particularly Destination Westland in terms of the timing for that. We're hoping to be able to complete all the intrusive work this winter within the pool and still make the pool available post that work for the regular season with alternate changing room facilities. So some temporary facilities. It could be quite complicated, but we'll try and get that across the line.
Simon, through the chair, just reading that RSL report about they highlighted in there a couple of times about the swimming pool and looking at addressing the issue of the swimming lane issue and the length of the pool and not being able to turn at the shallow end and things like that. And they said about the funding, is there a possibility to look at that?
So it has not within this funding, no. It has been discussed in the past, and there was pros and cons. There was a lot of people for retaining, a lot of people for changing. We weren't trying to get into a political debate about it, so we basically upgrading based on the existing facility. If that's a mandate for future council,
I don't know. I'm not a swimmer and I have no idea about it, but I was just alluded to it in that report.
It can potentially be cut off and have a smaller pool. I'm not sure how that will work. So that I think we don't have the funding to do it in this room.
Shorten the lengths of it.
Yes.
Move the new standard of 25 instead of 30.
Yeah. Scrolling through Carnegie Building, obviously just want to highlight the delay that would occurred. This is to do with the plastering on the external, so you can see through the window the blue parapets. That work, unfortunately, the contractor, due to delays and COVID and various other things, has left the country. Now, according to Scott over there, but we've actually managed to find a local contractor that continues to do the work. So they'll be starting to work to complete that in late January, which is fantastic. We've talked a lot about Pakawaitara and Council Building, and obviously now with Government House, so that report will be coming back prior to making any consideration going forward. Just want to highlight though that if there is any work we need to do in terms of basic maintenance, keeping water out, those sort of things, we'll continue to do so as operational maintenance. Scrolling through, we've talked a lot about the racecourse today. I don't think I need to touch on that again. Emergency Operating Centre, so Jo Patterson's leading on this work. She's been contacting a number of various parties to see if there's an appetite for co-share or co-investment, and also looking at the options of how we go forward in building this facility. Once again, once we've got all that pulled together, a business case will come before council to proceed or not proceed.
Actually, so just on that, move off that, there's one thing that you've got to remember, that we have no knowledge of that concept, council, so we are very bereft of information to even understand what the whole aspect of that is about. Am I correct on that?
Well, we had a couple of slides on an induction, but I can pull out.
It was just a couple of slides, so we've got no to go into sort of a decision aspect of it. Yeah.
So before we go forward, there'll be a proper business case with scope and everything developed. I can share a report from a gentleman called Peter Bodiaker, who did a full review for the West Coast in terms of the best place for an ECC and an EOC for the West Coast. very clearly pointed out that Hokitika Hokitika Airport by far was the most logical solution. I'll share that report to council. Take that as an action, please.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Finance, obviously the annual report, audit is still causing us a little bit of grief on one of topics. We did intend to have the annual report tabled today for a sign off. We have an extraordinary meeting booked for next week, and potentially that may be pushed out again depending on where we're at with sign off. Yeah, the main auditor got COVID and now he's come back. And information technology. You would have heard the last couple of days how there's been another ransomware attack up in the North Island. A number of departments affected in government. We obviously have been doing some testing within our own IT systems and penetration testing to look at any possible leaks. I do need to reinforce the councillors that there is a request to you to do phishing training, phishing.
Have you got fishing?
This is mandatory, councillors, because you need to be aware of potential email that could bring ransomware into council. It happened twice last year. Two pieces of one student council got hit twice and ended up doing some things slightly unethical. And he got his hand slapped. But please do that training.
That wasn't me.
The last thing we want to do is take your access away.
Sorry, on that one, that's probably good for them to send an update out to let people know that the training's coming, otherwise you'd do some fishing training, probably looks like it's some dodgy thing trying to help you out.
Yeah, that's true.
So I know I just did it once.
Yes, there was one. Yes, there was.
We
all
got an email from the company and none of the councillors have done it. You will get another. Have you?
Councillor, we'll move on.
I was over his back when he did it.
Yes, thank you. Right, moving on to Simon again, please.
Just want to highlight also the great work the library's been doing. Tasha's provided a very comprehensive report. Mayor's Task Force for Jobs, also to highlight the Inspire to Aspire Careers Day that's gaining a lot of legs on the 15th of February. Over 60 exhibitors will be taking part, and that's a fantastic piece of work. And those that were involved last year would understand how engaged it was for a lot of our youth particularly.
Through your worship, just a comment that for those who thinks there's no disparity in the community, to have a look at the graph there and the pie chart that shows 44% of the job is Māori, whereas that should be 12% of what was equitable in the community.
And obviously, just finally, staffing. We have quite a considerable turnover, as I'm afraid all local governments do. We've had 15 people go in the last 12 months, but we've also recruited about 12. So there is a 20% turnover in the last 12 months, and that's been tackled for the last 5 years. Unfortunately, we can't compete on certain things like salaries, particularly against private. And it's fair to say that we are poaching our own neighbours and they're poaching us as well in terms of staff. So it is unfortunate, but we are looking every time we have an opportunity to revisit the role, revisit the job size, revisit the job description, and also ensure that we bring the best candidate that we can. That's my report, Your Worship. Happy to take any questions on any of that.
Councillor Mitchell.
Going backwards there for the Casquare toilets. And I see working through the changes to the site plan. I've raised concerns before about this location of the toilets in relation to the statue. We've got the bard almost bleeding into the toilets. But
What, sorry?
Bobby Burns.
Oh, no, it's been relocated down to this end of the playground.
So now well away from the statue altogether. So that's the site change.
Yes.
Pleased about that. And Jackson Bay Visitor Parking Project is on hold. Why is that on hold?
Funding. So if you recall, we prioritised. So we are still working with a contractor to get the other three. If there's any money left over, we'll revisit that.
So that's good because that wasn't a priority in my view. The beach access ramp. Two things on this. One is I must be missing something here, but it looks like we're changing horses midstream with Elliot Sinclair taken over from Davis Ogilvy. Is it the consultants? What?
We were trying to get a price active. So some ability to do work and we just couldn't get one. So we've gone to Super to get a price. Not committed to it yet, but we were just trying to get the thing to move forward.
So we'll be moving on through worship. It'll be leaving Davis Ogilvy behind potentially.
Yeah, I mean the Davis Ogilvy bit is the geotech work.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean if we can't get Davis Ogilvy to do it and Elliot's come back with a price and get on with it, then yes, for sure that's what we're doing that. But we need to talk to Davis Ogilvy to that can
Okay. Just in relation to that, dare I ask where we landed with the $90,000 bill?
So that is still in discussion. So we're now meeting with the project team from Regional Council almost fortnightly, in terms, particularly with Hokitika River Works, and also with where they're at with the seawall design.
Right. So that's part of the discussion.
Access ways to the beach. They've got a legal obligation anyway to provide access. We're looking to offset one of their proposed sites with this site. They have to put it anyway.
Sorry. The Milltown shelter, which is looks fabulous. Is that being built on the same side as the one that blew down?
No. So this is, I can't recall the bridge name, you might know it down there. So just on the St. Russell Copeland's land, just giving us an MOU to use this land.
Strong.
Yeah, bear in mind that this came from a certain business not wanting to allow cyclists to use their toilets. This becomes a drop-off point for various companies that use the trail.
And then still on the Wilderness Trail, so I see an extra 3 toilets now.
Sorry?
Extra 3 toilets that I'm seeing here on the Wilderness Trail.
Yeah.
Shelters and toilets. 3 extra toilets.
Yeah.
Which is great. And I know that there is a contract to clean these toilets, but who pays?
We pay.
Yes. So is that fair that should be, the ratepayer should be paying for that? Users pay nothing?
It's some piece of work that still has to happen in terms of how we recover costs from the users from the trails. I suppose what we've designed the trail to be is best practice. We can't have too big a gaps between facilities, and it's the reason why we've put toilets in various locations for the riders' benefit.
Sure hasn't been a problem today.
Sorry?
It's a really big problem today.
It has been. There's been plenty of feedback on that history.
All of that bush. Yeah, so I mean, this has been a discussion previously though about provision of toilets on there. In the meantime, nothing happens. We just put more in. You know, I mean, how many more are planned?
How many more? No toilets. I don't think there's any more planned that I'm aware of. There was a discussion about upgrading some, but not new toilets that I'm aware of.
Cass Square, another one. The new designs for Cass Square look almost like the Gold Coast theme park, but it's yeah, I mean, I know that there's funding application into lotteries for this. If that funding application doesn't succeed, then how much is the council committed to?
The current budget is around just over $500,000.
Right.
Can I just,
comes back to,
sorry, I was just going to say, when you say committed, it's in the budget.
It's in the budget.
Already allocated for it, but we still don't have to spend it.
No, we don't, but bear in mind, the more things you pull out of the LT that was committed as part of the service of the long-term plan, may tip it over to do a full LTP amendment.
So where the LTP is due?
Right?
Where the LTP is due?
Oh, 18 months away.
Yeah, we start on it.
Can't hear you, sorry, the trains.
So when do we start on the LTP?
It'll be late next year.
After we finalise.
Yeah.
Is okay, but the designs for Cass Square have changed yet again, and now we've got another ship that's about a kilometre away from the last ship. Does Hokitika really need it? I mean, honestly, the Cass Square really needs a good upgrade. The children's playground, but honestly, does it need a theme park? I just struggle with it. I know I've been belting on about them.
Just those facilities are 30 years old. There was a significant push by a number of residents, particularly parents, at the last LTP, and they pretty well had quite a significant voice and committed to upgrading a particular Cass Square playgrounds to meet their needs. So that's primarily where it started, very, very much pushed by the last training to get a design developed. If it wasn't for us putting an application into lotteries, the order would have been placed in the last training.
I do understand that. I understand where it came from. I understand who's pushing for it. But I mean, we've all been parents, bringing kids up through there. All parents want is a good, usable, really good, usable playground. They don't need a theme park.
All I was going to say is that we were requested to go away and come out with a new design based on the previous design, which was suggesting didn't reflect the heritage of the locality. Now my view is until you finalise it, nothing's absolutely totally stone. So there is a need to reflect and talk to the people that maybe tweaking bits and pieces of it. That's an option.
So really in that respect, if we don't get the funding, we're working within a restricted budget, so we have to go back to the drawing board for what's done, and if we get the funding, we can still have that discussion on the content of the playground.
Not so.
Through the chair, Simon, the playground looks wonderful. I think it looks incredible. And like you say, the community are crying out for to talk to people every day that help say when's the playground being done. You say there's 500,000 there budgeted for it. How much is this concept going to cost? What's the lottery component?
50-50. Cost
$1 million
There's a minimum request. So the price we've got meets that criteria.
So through the chair, do the people that are crying out for this park know that it's going to be more? They're probably the same ones that don't want the rates.
Potentially, and with that 500,000. So that's what the question I would have. So when we've got the council contribution, is that already in the annual plan budget? Every one of those components. And have we had to take other stuff out of core services to fund these projects?
No, we didn't take anything out, that's the problem. We kept the rates down, but we still spending it.
Yeah.
So the budgets are still there, but what we have to do, based on council's decision, is take the excess costs and shove it into next year and a couple of future years to be rated for it then.
So this will be rated in this.
In the next couple of years.
This will be.
So that's not necessarily this. What we did was just take a portion of general rates that we weren't rating for, and we just took that cost. We didn't say against this or against that. We just took that portion of the cost and used it.
So there is a portion of these projects,
probably because it's in the general rate.
yeah, going all the way down through the page that will impact our ability to control the rates going forward. That's right.
Through the GO, and the last week I think a number of people said to me, surely we're not going to have 20% rate across.
Well, then they have to suck up some of these things.
And this will mean like if there's a $1 million playground down there, they're not going to be at that.
No, 500,000 their own money, no.
Yeah, through the chair, I'd just like to touch on what Councillor Monero was saying about, you know, the people that wanted this new play equipment. Did council ever get any sort of concept ideas from those people that wanted it?
Yeah, there was a working group put together originally. We met once, I think.
Okay.
And from there it was developed.
Roughly how many people saw?
I can't recall, sorry.
But the worst thing with that, I sort of think, is if you paint a picture of what's on offer, they'll grab everything they can have on offer. If we'd sort of said, well, there's a $500,000 maximum budget for this, of which we will be $250.
Yeah.
They would have been given a lesser picture of. I mean, if you painted the stars, you're going to go for every one of them, aren't you?
Just to highlight, playgrounds are not cheap anymore.
No, they're not.
Bizarre Park costs $600,000.
Yeah, no, yeah.
Safety in the house.
Yeah.
Through the chair, I was told by Charlie that Cowie, that was up, playground upgrade was $273K. It needs to be explored.
That's maybe their contribution. I'm not sure.
He said that's what the cost of equipment in Germany was.
Germany? Oh, wow. Came from
Australia.
Clarify something. I didn't know Australia was Germany.
About the project. How did the scope get increased? The original budget is $659K, including rubber matting. So how did the scope suddenly change to start chasing lottery funding and look at a more expensive playground? How did that?
So council instructed us to maximise the budget we have already allocated to get the best bang. So the best bang is 50-50. And we tried to be cheeky and go 30-70, and they said, don't come to us. So Scott was discussing this with them. So the only way they would actually approve anything would be a 50-50 coast sharing.
So the previous council was happy to spend 659 and add on an extra.
The 659.
Well, that's what it says in the annual plan for LTP allocation. Playground upgrade and rubber matting is 659 combined. I think in the LTP they separated the matting was separate.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, so because it already had a budget allocated.
Yes. I guess my comment would be that if the project costs $659 and we could co-fund it, then council could contribute half of it, $325, something like that, and lotteries contribute the other half. So that's $600 59 playground cost just over 300.
Sounds good.
Yeah, can we do that?
Well, I guess we need to look at because the funding applications in process. as well, isn't it?
Yeah, it's imminent in terms of decision. We may miss out altogether.
Lottery's meeting today, I think, aren't
Oh, yes, too.
Sorry?
they? A meeting today, I think.
Okay. So they may also reduce the size of the application, and we'll change the budget based on that. So we'll know hopefully by tomorrow if we will be early next week.
I'd certainly like to get the playground built sooner rather than later.
It's going to go up in price.
That's the thing, it's never going to get cheaper, and to be fair, that this has been going on not only, it's been going on for years. We've got to get on with it.
Thank you. Does anybody have anything further for Simon on his report?
Yep. Just going back to the beach access, who's paid for the concrete blocks that are out there? We
They're all paid for.
by us.
No, by Tourism Infrastructure Fund.
Okay. And so there was no design in place when they were bought.
There was a provisional design and scope which was supplied by Westlock, who are the suppliers of it. Unfortunately, the engineer at the time didn't apply for resource consent, so we're retrospectively having to apply a resource consent.
Okay, and next question, collection readiness. The Te Whanganui feasibility report is expected to be finalised. I couldn't quite work out what the feasibility report was going to look at.
Sarah, can I pass that question to you?
Yes, so that was in terms of looking at the collection as a whole, how it needs to be stored and preserved going forward, because we have, this is the budgets to in terms of the archive building, and then also what can be used within the displays that are planning to around supporting that. So that's what we're waiting for was set to cut a line of a large presentation, and we were hoping to have finish by the end of September and then bring it back to council. So
It's way forward.
basically it is, yeah, and then that way council can then dictate basically how we proceed in terms of the concepts that we essentially hear from it.
Thank you. And last question, museum on page 31, I can't find it right now, but somewhere it says about Grey and Buller museums. Why are we talking about them?
Because we hold some of their items.
So those items, are they relevant to Westland, but they come from Grey? Thank you.
And it's also the reverse as well, the items that they hold, and we've had some discussions with the constitution. On the West Coast, and so all of our stuff heading up, they're not hidden stuff.
Yeah. Thank you.
Anything further for Simon? No? Do you want to go touch on any other aspect of that report before we?
No.
Okay, so everybody's quite happy with that. Can I please have somebody move and second the receipt of that report, please?
Yep.
Oops, just like that. Thank you, everybody. All in favour?
Aye.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Simon, for that. And we will move straight on to the delegations manual, please.
Yes, this is administration task, really, Your Worship. Obviously, with the appointment of the new council, we have to update the delegations manual accordingly. So I'll take the report as read and take any questions directly.
Right. Does anybody have any questions for Simon regarding the delegations manual? No? Rusty, thank you. Councillor Leon, councillors moved it, councillor Beard seconded it. Thank you. All in favour?
Aye.
I'd just like to thank Diane because she updates this all the time and it's quite a big piece of work. So thank you, Diane.
Right, so the next part of the meeting, we move to the local governance statement again from Simon, please.
Yes, once again, Your Worship, this is a administration task. We're committed to put a local government statement together by the Local Government Act within 6 months of the new triennium. This is basically just identifies the way council works. There are some formatting issues that still need to be tidied up.
Your Worship, and so I apologise for those, but they'll be done post this meeting. So take any questions on that.
So that's on page 117
Just a little reformatting that needs to be done.
that Simon's referring to there.
What page is that?
Page 117 of the local governance statement. Sorry, of the meeting notes, I should say. The picture got compressed and sitting out of order. Yeah, that's the only issue that's there. Anybody have any questions for Simon? Report? Statement? Right. Can I have somebody please move in second? Thank you, councillor Gillett and Beard. Thank you. All in favour?
Aye.
Thanking you. We'll move the report we received. Council adopts the amended local government statement and publishes it on the council website. Right, so we move on to the next one, which is the administrative resolution. We were required to confirm that the seal be affixed to the following warrant of appointment, which is Leon Hume, Senior Building Control Officer. Don't need anything on that. So if I can have somebody please move in second. Thank you, councillor Casson, councillor Neil. All in favour?
Aye.
It confirms that the seal be affixed to the following document, which is in your meeting notes. So with that, that draws that stage of the meeting to a close, and we go into public excluded. So can I have somebody move in second that we move into public excluded section of the meeting? Councillor Neil. Thank you, Councillor Davidson. So we won't be adjourning this for 2 minutes.
Yes, you have to go on.
Do we have to go off from Francois?
Yeah.
Yes. Do we?
Different Zoom on.
So you're going to come back into the meeting, Francois?